account all challenges. He'll also decry efforts to strip the right to vote as authoritarian and anti-American. And stand up against the notion that politicians should be allowed to choose their voters or to subvert our system by replacing independent election authorities with partisan ones. And he will highlight the work of the administration against this, the necessity of passing the For the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and how we need to work together with civil rights organizations to build as broad a turnout and voter education system to overcome the worst challenge to our democracy since the Civil War. So this is an opportunity for him to make the case to the American people about how this is a fundamental right, what he will continue to do from the federal government. I would remind you, he signed a historic executive order on the 56th anniversary of Selma, which put in place a funding measures and a priority from the federal government. The Department of Justice has already used tools to fight against these laws in states. They will continue to. He'll talk about that as well. But the last piece is he will talk about also the importance of empowering, engaging, and supporting efforts around the country to make sure people know their rights and understand how to participate in the process.
So it sounds like this is the first of what might be a series of speeches around the country?
Well, I think he's been clear, and I think he's told all of you that expanding the right to vote, the access of people across the country to vote is going to be a fight of his presidency. He's asked his vice president to play a leading role in that effort. He'll talk about that as well tomorrow, and he'll certainly continue to talk about it out around the country, but I don't have anything to preview for you in terms of additional comments or remarks.
And then you've said that there's going to be a meeting at some point this week between U.S. officials and Russian officials about cyber crimes. When is that meeting taking place? Is it in person or virtual? Who's participating? And what's the message going to be from White House officials?
Well, first, there have been ongoing meetings at an expert level and discussions with Russian officials. And the most important thing we can do is preserve space for those conversations to happen and hopefully progress to be made. So we're not going to be reading out the agenda of these meetings or providing lists of participants. I think it's safe to assume that high-level cybersecurity experts and members of our national security team are the appropriate points of contact with their Russian counterparts. But these meetings have been ongoing, as have the discussions, and this is a part of that process. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Does President Biden agree with Dr. Fauci that at the local level there should be more vaccine mandates?
Well, I don't have the full context of Dr. Fauci's comments in front of me, but I will say that...
I do have it.
Oh, go ahead. Let's hear it.
He said, I've been of this opinion, and I remain of that opinion, that I do believe at the local level, Jake, there should be more mandates. There really should be. We're talking about a life and death situation. We've lost 600,000 Americans already, and we're still losing more people.
Well, I would say first from the federal government. If I remember the context of the question, it was about federal mandates, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's not a decision that we are making. That is not our intention from the federal government. There will be decisions made by private sector entities, by universities, by educational institutions, and even perhaps by local leaders should they decide that is how to keep their community safe. If they decide to make that decision, we certainly support them in that step.
The president said on March 11th, my message to you is this: listen to Dr. Fauci. Is he now saying don't listen to Dr. Fauci? He doesn't agree?
Welcome back. I would say that what Dr. Fauci was conveying is that there will be decisions made by local leaders, just like there will be decisions made by business leaders, by institutional leaders, on how they can keep their communities safe. And we support their right to make those decisions.
And then on Cuba, you're talking today about how some of these protests are inspired by people exhausted with the government. Why is it that yesterday the State Department was saying that this was all happening out of concern about rising COVID cases?
Well, I would say first that the protests were just happening yesterday. We're still assessing what is motivating and, of course, and driving all of the individuals who came to the streets. But we know that when we say exhaustion, the manner by which the people of Cuba are governed, that can cover a range of issues, whether it's economic suppression, media suppression, lack of access to health and medical supplies, including vaccines. There are a range of reasons and voices we're hearing from people on the ground who are protesting.
So when these protesters are yelling freedom and enough, there are people within the administration who think they're saying freedom from rising COVID cases.
Again, I would say that when people are out there in the streets protesting and complaining about the lack of access to economic prosperity, to the medical supplies they need, to a life they deserve to live. That can take on a range of meanings. There's a global pandemic right now. Most people in that country don't have access to vaccines. That certainly is something we'd love to help with. Go ahead.
A few months ago, when asked about Cuba policy, you said it was not a priority for the president to review U.S. policy toward Cuba. Do the events of this weekend change that?
Well, I would say, Kelly, that we, of course, are monitoring closely. You saw the statement the president, we put out in the president's name this morning, in his voice, of course, conveying his support for the people of Cuba, making clear that he doesn't support the approach of the government of Cuba, which he has never held back on. In terms of where it ranks in a priority order, I'm not in a position to offer that, but I can tell you that we will be closely engaged. We will be looking to provide support to the people of Cuba. We certainly, support the freedom of speech, the freedom of press, the freedom of when we believe they deserve to have access to the economic support, medical support, health supplies that many of them are asking for.
And on voting rights, Texas Democrats who have been working through their process, some of them plan to leave the state, come here. Is there any plan for the president or the political arm of the White House to meet with them? What can you update us on that?
I don't have any. Let me check on that for you, Kelly. It certainly is possible. There are people here who plan to meet with them, as we have in the past when other legislators have come to Washington. So let me see if there's a planned meeting with anyone from our team. Go ahead.
Back on Haiti for a second, and honing in on the question that Jonathan was asking. What's the status of the formal request that the U.S. send troops to Haiti? Is that still under analysis here?
That's correct. Still under review.
So it's not ruled out.
No.
What is the current assessment here as to how Haiti ranks in terms of American interests, safety and security there? How important is safety and security to American interests in the president's mind?
Well, certainly the safety and security of the people of Haiti is of great interest to the president and to the administration. I don't think it's particularly constructive to rank order issues happening around the world. They're all important. That's why we have a big government and why we are focused on doing what we can to support the people of Haiti, support the people of Cuba, continue to address the range of challenges we have around the world. Oh, go ahead.
One more question. The president later today is meeting, as you mentioned, with the officials to talk about gun violence and crime. He did something similar less than 3 weeks ago. Should we expect to hear something different today than he has so far said about this issue?
Well, I would say first that rising crime has been an issue in communities across the country for 18 months, if not more. It's cost lives, shattered communities, and our focus is on addressing that head on, saving lives, and he feels it's important enough to communities around the country to continue to voice what his approach is going to be here, advocating for more police with better training and accountability, advocating for the need to keep illegal guns out of the hands of criminals, making sure people understand we need to use every tool at our disposal. So certainly today is an opportunity to meet with a number of individuals who have played a role in law enforcement, who have been leaders in their communities, and certainly should be an indication of his ongoing commitment to this important issue. Go ahead.
I wanted to just check in on both the president's legislative priorities right now. For the reconciliation bill, they need to pass a budget resolution.
Yeah.
Seem to be still pretty stark divides between, Bernie Sanders, who's running the budget committee in the Senate, and some of the more moderate senators. So I'm wondering, has the White House decided on a number that they want for that bill? And if not, or if you can't express one right now, how confident are you, since we're continuing to see this divide as we get later into July, that you're going to be able to bridge that gap by leadership or schedule for this?
Well, first, back in April, when the president said we would move forward on 2 tracks, that we would seek a bipartisan agreement on infrastructure, and that we would work with Democrats on a budget reconciliation process that included key components of the American Families Plan. There was some skepticism about the possibility of that moving forward, and that's a diplomatic definition of how the broad reaction was. That's exactly what is happening now, and in our view, this is how the legislative process works. Our policy making muscles have atrophied over the last few years. This is exactly what it looks like. It's messy at times, and we fully expect that these negotiations will have ups and downs. We're prepared for that. We're going to be closely engaged. The president will be talking with, engaging with, inviting down members to have discussions as needed through this process. But we've already seen speculation that our agenda was dead be disproved over the last several days, and we're going to continue to work in close coordination with members moving forward. Now, I will say that as it relates to the budget reconciliation process, that of course is for members of the Senate to work through what they can all collectively support together to get enough votes. The president will continue to advocate for components of his Build Back Better agenda, the American Families Plan, components he's laid out in his budget, and pieces of his American Jobs Plan that were not included in the bipartisan package. Those will be his priorities as he's having these discussions with Chairman Sanders and others who are leading this process.
Speaking of that bipartisan bill and maybe some of the messiness, there's a meeting tomorrow to sort of hammer out the final details now that the Senate's coming back. Is the White House going to be involved in that meeting at all? And what's your level of confidence at this point that, obviously there were some missteps after the deal was announced that threw it into a bit of peril? How confident are you that this is going to move forward in the next couple days?
We expect there to be some significant ups and downs, but we are ready for it. We're bracing for it. We're also ready for it. And we're going to remain very closely engaged at every level in these discussions. In terms of the specific meeting, I believe we'll be directly involved in some level, but I can check and see if there's more
Are there
specificity.
any meetings between the president and lawmakers this week that you can preview specifically on this?
There will be, but I don't have anything I can preview in this moment, but we'll see if there's more we can provide. Go ahead, Caitlin.
In his meeting with civil rights leaders last week on voting rights, did the president make any assurances to them?
The president reiterated to them what you've heard him say many times, which is that he is absolutely committed to signing voting rights legislation into law, that he will work side by side with them to advocate not just here in Washington, but around the country for moving this forward, and that it is a top priority for him. And you heard them go out and speak in front of the White House and convey how constructive they felt the meeting was as well. But there's no question that these leaders and their organizations are key partners for the president and our efforts to move this legislation forward.
And on Cuba, in this White House statement today, you note the quote tragic grip of the pandemic, but under current U.S. sanctions that were put in place by the last administration, but have not been changed by this administration, Cuban exiles cannot send remittances to their family that lives in Cuba. So why is the Biden administration continuing that policy?
Well, I would say, again, even under the embargo, there are a number of exemptions, I should say, humanitarian assistance, medical supplies, that we've continued to provide assistance to the people of Cuba, even with that in place. But I have nothing to preview for you in terms of a change of policy.
But even though the president said he was going to reverse the policy, you can't say when he plans to reverse the policy?
Again, these protests happened yesterday, I think, or over the last 2 days.
Returning 1320.
I certainly understand, Caitlin, but there's nothing I can preview for you. But to be accurate, there are exemptions that we can send medical supplies, we can send humanitarian supplies. That's something we've been doing for some time from the U.S. government. Go ahead, Shelby.
Yeah, I just had two quick ones. So, first on Cuba, recently the New York Times described the American flag as alienating to some, but we've seen these Cuban protesters flying the American flag as a symbol for freedom. We saw it in Hong Kong as well. So does the administration support international protesters flying the American flag, and what message do you have to Americans who are wary of flying it here in the U.S.?
Well, I would say first, the president certainly values and respects the symbol of the American flag. He's someone who certainly waves it outside of his house, or does in Delaware and other places where he's lived throughout his time. But he also believes that people have the right to peaceful protest, and he thinks both can be
Plane
true.
fire for Medic 2. Medic 2 is arriving at Alton.
So the president's meeting today, I know that the White House has promoted using American Rescue Plan money for hiring more police officers. I'm curious if there's going to be some sort of effort to track whether an increase in police officers leads to a reduction in crime in those communities.
Sure. Well, there are a number of places, and we noted this. We put out a memo that outlined some of the places where there has been an increase in funding, and certainly there's available data, and we will also look closely at where we're seeing an impact. So In Tucson, Arizona, they announced a plan to invest at least $7 million in community safety, health, and wellness from the American Rescue Plan. In Walla Walla, Washington, they announced they plan to use funding for help for new police hires. In Utica, New York, they announced plans to support gun violence prevention and law enforcement career recruiting efforts. In Albuquerque, New Mexico, announced plans to invest $3 million to expand a gunshot detection system, $5 million to refurbish station houses. So obviously there are a range of factors that lead to a reduction in crime, and different communities have different challenges, even if gun violence is a big driver in many communities across the country. But we'll certainly be working closely with them. We also have the strike forces that we are engaging with about a half a dozen cities around the country to also reduce illegal guns from being on the streets as well. And all of these measures, our hope is that they will lead to a reduction in gun violence and crime in these cities, of course.
And on voting rights, what is, I guess, the goal here in terms of giving these speeches? Given that there's still Republican opposition in the Senate, what does the president hope to accomplish
302 Highland Avenue Southwest for patient assist
about this issue?
Well, I think the president is a big believer that, as someone who has fought against the odds to get hard things done before, that part of what you need to do is build a grassroots army across the country to engage with, to empower, to inform about what their rights are and what the challenges are. And one of the reasons he's going to speak to how stark this issue is, how in dozens of states across the country there are efforts to put in place restrictive voting measures, is because he wants people across the country to not just look ahead to 2024, but be prepared and eyes wide open about 2022, and also understand and know their rights and understand what the efforts are to silence them around the country.
Go ahead. Following that and looking historically, you're talking about an army, pulling together an army in support of voting rights. Is this akin to what LBJ told Dr. King, go make me do it, when he talked to him about voting rights when they went to Selma? Is this an effort to get the coalitions to go out and force Republicans to change their minds? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, as you well know, and you alluded to, April, this is not a new struggle. It's a 60-year struggle. And the president has been at the forefront of this fight throughout his career, from his work leading the effort to reauthorize the Voting Rights Act to even the steps he's taken as president. So obviously this is a new moment that certainly builds on the challenges over the last 60 years with new challenges, including the swath of restrictive laws that many legislatures, Republican legislatures, are attempting to put into law across the country. So yes, he is going to be calling on Americans to make sure they are informed, make sure they are informing their neighbors, and make sure they are fighting efforts to pass restrictive laws in their states.
And on the history piece about Haiti, what is this administration doing when it goes back to historic nature with administrations in Haiti? Bill Clinton helped Joan Bertrand Aristide go back into power. Condi Rice went there during the Bush administration under blue helmet support from the UN to talk about democracy. Is this administration looking at the historic nature of what administrations have done as it relates to Haiti and how you are dealing with Haiti today?
Well, certainly history is always a part of how any leader approaches governing and approaches engagement with foreign governments or the people of other countries, because sometimes that's embedded in how they understand or how they think of the United States. What's important to know and understand is that we have provided $75 million for a wide range of issues, including democratic governance, health, education, agricultural development, and strengthening of pre-election activities, even before, of course, last week. That was as of January. And that we've long been working with directly with in lifting up, empowering, and training Haiti's law enforcement, improving, I should say, Haiti's law enforcement capacity. This is a situation, though, in Haiti where the determination of what the next steps are, what the path forward is going to be up to the people of Haiti, who is going to be leading the country moving forward. When is it safe to have elections? How will they work together to figure out what their needs are and how can we work with them to assess what those needs are and how we can help meet them here from the government. So obviously, from the United States, I should say. So obviously, there is a great deal of uncertainty. There's a lot more information we need. Yesterday was just the beginning, not the beginning, but an important step in our engagement that will certainly continue from a range of entities in the federal government moving forward. Go ahead.
Jen, over the weekend, House Whip James Clyburn, an ally of the president's, called for a filibuster exemption on voting rights as a potential pathway forward for the Senate to pass that legislation. Does the president agree?
Well, first, I would say that Congressman Clyburn is a good friend of the president and certainly of the administration, an important partner as we work to get our agenda moving forward. I will say, though, in terms of how this works, the filibuster is a legislative process tool, an important one that warrants debate, but determination about making changes will be made by members of the Senate, not by this president or any president, frankly, moving forward. And it requires every single Democrat supporting changes. Now, I'm not here to provide a whip count for all of you, but that's not where support currently stands. So the president's view continues to be aligned with what he has said in the past, which that he has not supported the elimination of the filibuster because it has been used as often the other way around. I understand you're asking me about an exemption. We don't have any new position on that either. I would note that there are a lot of issues out there. I think activists and advocates will tell you this, where you could argue that there should be an exemption. And this is certainly one of them. But that is what a lot of advocates, they're advocates for a range of issues, whether it's gun rights, climate, who are out there advocating for this. So he's talked about his support for returning to the talking filibuster. He continues to support that. But he, again, believes that as somebody who was in the Senate for 36 years, we need to continue to work to find a path forward to do hard things, even when they seem challenging. And that's what he will do in this case.
With no pathway really forward, the legislation languishing, is there a plan B? Is he rallying, as he is tomorrow, public support to hopefully change the complexion of the Senate and then try and pass the legislation? It just seems like there's no kind of obvious path forward for legislation that he says that he wants to pass if he's not going to change the filibuster rules or advocate for that.
Well, I think, if you look at even the Supreme Court ruling just a few weeks ago, his view is that, and he'll talk about this tomorrow, is that sends the focus back to Congress. And we don't accept the notion. He's an optimist by nature, otherwise he wouldn't be sitting in the Oval Office right now, that it's dead. We don't accept that. We believe there needs to be a path forward. He's going to ask the Vice President to help play an important role in determining what that looks like. And we're going to continue to advocate to fight for moving forward on voting rights legislation. And he'll certainly elevate the need for the American people to be engaged in that effort moving forward. Go ahead. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen.
Sorry. I was going to go to you if that's okay, only because she hasn't been here in a while. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Just to follow up on
Jen,
was saying that he would like Biden to endorse the carve-out either publicly or privately, like get on the phone with Manchin, just call him, say that you'd like to do this. To bring up LBJ again, as April said, does the president see no role for himself in trying to press these lawmakers, given you say he's going to talk about the authoritarian danger of these voting rights? Does he not see that role for himself?
The president sees his role as somebody who can speak from the bully pulpit to elevate and advocate for the need to move forward on voting rights legislation, of course, but also to use every lever in the federal government to protect the rights of the American people to vote around the country. That is one lever, is legislation. There are other levers that are at his disposal that we've already started to implement and rely on. And I would just go back to what I said a little bit earlier, is that, if it were waving a magic wand to get voting rights legislation on his desk through any means, he would do that. But it requires the majority of members in the Senate to support changes to the filibuster. It requires. It requires, again, I'll leave it to all of you to do a whip count out there about the support. This is a Senate procedural process. It requires the majority of them to support it. What he can do as president is to continue to lift up, elevate,
81-year-old male,
advocate,
severe back and
engage,
abdominal
empower
pain.
people across the country, make
Plain
sure they
Concept Medic
understand
1,
that this is based on the big
2739
lie,
Inglewood
make sure
Avenue
they are as
Northwest.
outraged as he is
81-year-old
about
male,
efforts around the country to
severe
suppress
back and
and
abdominal
silence
pain,
people
section
across the
32.
country. That's the most instructive role he can play. I'm sorry, I've got to go because you've got to gather. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Point 5 for Medic 3. Medic 3's at Alban. We'll be in service en route to that call. You can disregard Medic 5 for Medic 1.
Copy. Station 1, you can disregard.
Medic 1 copy. In service and quarters. This is Paramedic 3. We're returning.
Medic party, you're in service returning 1333.
Point 5 for Medic 2. Medic 2 is in service returning from Altman.
In service returning at 1334.
Attention North Kent Station 2, 919 Pittsburgh Avenue Northwest. Heritage Villas, house number 8, for an 81-year-old male, shaky and hard to catch breath. Attention North Kent Station 2, 919 Pittsburgh Avenue Northwest. Heritage Villas, house number 8, for an 81-year-old male, shaky and hard to catch breath. 1335.
Zupu contains the perfect dosages of all natural ingredients that will get things moving and
Chinese citizens are boycotting again, this time over a beverage company. What did the company do? And is China's cancel culture getting out of hand? Welcome to China Uncensored. I'm Chris Chappell. The CCP celebrated its 100th anniversary on July 1st. And in Hong Kong, police were out on the streets to make sure everyone was celebrating in the right way.
Medic 2 en route.
By not protesting. But that night, a Hong Kong policeman was stabbed in what police call a lone wolf attack. The man who stabbed the officer committed suicide after the attack. And it turns out he had left behind several suicide notes declaring his hatred of police, his opposition to the Beijing-imposed security law, and his intention to kill an officer on July 1st. The police officer is okay. He's recovering in the hospital. The attacker was a 50-year-old Hong Kong man named Lung Jinfai. He worked at a Hong Kong beverage factory called Vitasoy, which sells soy milk and other flavored drinks. After the stabbing/suicide incident, an employee at Vitasoy issued this internal memo. It says, "We regret to inform everyone about the unfortunate death of Mr. Lung on July 1st. Our company expresses our deepest condolences to Lung's family." Now, Mr. Lung was the attacker, not the victim. That being said, it's understandable how a Vitasoy employee could have written that memo. Maybe they mixed up the details of what happened, or maybe they were actually sympathetic. After all, according to this RFA survey, 81% of Hong Kongers consider Lung a martyr, while only 6% consider Lung a terrorist. But publicly, that's not an okay view to have. Hong Kong authorities warned that advocating for people to mourn for the attacker was no different from supporting terrorism. And unfortunately for Vitasoy, that internal memo got leaked. People started sharing it across the Chinese internet. And Chinese netizens were, how shall I put this, extremely butthurt. They were angry at the memo's choice of words. They were furious that a person committing suicide after attacking a police officer was called an unfortunate death. Plus, they didn't like the word accident used to describe the incident. And then, mainland China's terrifying cancel culture reared its ugly head. Immediately, there was a flood of comments criticizing Vitasoy for defending Lung. Trash Vitasoy. Rooting for a terrorist? It's time to boycott. Get out of the mainland market. Those who support Vitasoy should leave China. Supporting terrorism? Get out of China. Less than a day after word got out, this hashtag started trending. Have you thrown out your Vitasoy today? It got 5 million impressions on social media platform Weibo. The hashtag Vitasoy supports Hong Kong protesters has 75 million impressions. And the hashtag Get Out of the Mainland Vitasoy hit 120 million impressions. Celebrities who had business relations with Vitasoy quickly released official statements denouncing their collaborations with the brand. And the commercials that these actors have done for Vitasoy in May have been taken down from Bilibili, China's version of YouTube. Videos began circulating of local retailers retailers rejecting Vitasoy.
Medic 4.
咱们家从今天开始正式宣布啊，下架所有的这个维他系列的商品，下架所有维他系列商品啊，不卖了。大家可以找一下这个抖音里面去继续发这个维他这个事件啊，这个是非常可气，非常之可气啊。
This guy buys a box of Vitasoy just so he can throw it in the trash. And this kid shows that canceling Vitasoy can be a family activity.
Medic 2's in quarters. Medic 2 in quarters.
That boy is clearly a national hero. You gotta teach them to cancel when they're young. And this image went viral too. It reads, Chinese people don't eat Vitasoy. Vitasoy, get out of China. Oppose anti-Chinese behavior. Chinese people not eating has become a trending meme in China. It means the Chinese people don't accept this. It's like when your 4-year-old doesn't want to eat the broccoli on their plate. The phrase was used during the recent boycott over Xinjiang cotton. Fashion brands like Nike and H&M declared they would no longer use Xinjiang cotton because of concerns over Uyghur slave labor. So nationalistic Chinese netizens canceled them for not supporting China's slave labor. You can watch my video on that, where you'll see how quickly Chinese netizens burned their shoes and apparel in a cotton boycott. And now, it's the same thing happening to Hong Kong's Vitasoy. And in Vitasoy's case, it's having a huge impact on their bottom line. More after the break. Welcome back. China accounts for up to 70% of Vitasoy's sales. But once Chinese netizens began to cancel Vitasoy, its shares plunged by 12%, practically overnight. It was their biggest single-day drop since their listing in 1994. After the initial backlash from their leaked internal memo, Vitasoy tried to walk it back in this official statement. We have noticed that a document related to the incident that occurred in Hong Kong on July 1st is circulating on the internet. These documents were not officially approved for release by Vitasoy Group. Instead, they were written by an employee privately and forwarded internally. They were not authorized and did not follow the Vitasoy Group's internal approval process. Vitasoy also released this statement saying they're committed to supporting the stability, prosperity, and development of mainland China and Hong Kong, which is code for, we are not against the Chinese Communist Party. So officially, Vitasoy's response checked all the politically correct boxes. But it was too late. The Chinese boycott had already begun. Throwing away Vitasoy beverages had already become the newest act of Chinese patriotism.
不能卖了，作为一个中国人，干这事儿，还卖吗？下架下架，全部停卖。
In this video, a man comes to make sure that this store clerk is taking Vitasoy off the shelves for the right reason.
呢個下架。medical on stage. 知，我問下係咪下架啫。
People are also posting photos of their trips to their local stores just to check up on whether Vitasoy was taken off the shelves. And any store that still had Vitasoy would be shamed. This live streamer was drinking a carton of Vitasoy lemonade.
Oh, sorry.
When his live chat ordered him to get rid of that carton right away.
哦，好嘞，好嘞，好，好，扔了。啊，有什么最新消息吗？是有什么最新消息吗？等一下我看一下。Holy.
Meanwhile, fans in the live stream chat are typing GD, which is code for the censored term Hong Kong independence.
哦，懂了，扔了，全扔了，立刻全扔了。中国最棒。开。
Yes, China is the best. Because if you don't prove you threw your politically incorrect drink in the trash, the mob will come for you. And just when things seemed like they couldn't get worse for Vitasoy, came the bomb threats. Then an official notice was posted on the Chinese internet stating the human resources director of Vitasoy's Hong Kong operations had left the company. This led netizens to believe Vitasoy fired her. But that still wasn't enough. Netizens doxed her and shared pictures and videos of her LinkedIn account. That account is now no longer available on LinkedIn. And finally, Vitasoy's chairman announced that the company has fired the employee who wrote the original memo. Now I know China takes its law about respecting the police very seriously. But Vitasoy didn't slander the police, and they didn't harm national security. But with the response to Vitasoy's one internal memo, Vitasoy and its employees were put in real danger. Chinese boycotts often get out of hand really fast. When the cause is politically correct, China's state censors will take a back seat and let the people turn on each other. It's a great way to let people blow off steam. And sure, some people get hurt, but only the bad people. the ones who don't express unconditional love for the Chinese Communist Party. And now I'll answer a question from a member of the China Uncensored 50 Cent Army that supports this show on Patreon. Mark Chung asks, I would like to ask about your views if the Communist Party of China is somewhat reluctant to invade Taiwan. I hope they aren't really considering invading the country of Taiwan. Well, Mark, the Chinese Communist Party is not reluctant to invade Taiwan. They want to do it. In fact, the U.S. Admiral in charge of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command recently called it China's #1 priority. For the Communist Party, they see it as part of their rejuvenation of China. Plus, they want to occupy Taiwan for military reasons. They need their navy to be established in what's called the First Island Chain to access the Pacific. Now, you asked if they're reluctant to invade. They're not, but they are cautious. They won't try it until they think there's at least a strong chance they'll succeed. And the more Taiwan prepares for an invasion, the less likely it will happen. And the more support countries like the US, Japan, and Australia show for defending Taiwan, the less likely they'll have to actually defend Taiwan. Thanks for your question, Mark. And thank you, everyone, for watching. Be like Mark and support China Uncensored on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/China Uncensored and contribute $1 or more per episode so we can afford to keep making episodes like this for you. Once again, I'm Chris Chappell. Thanks for watching China.
I switched from State Farm because of this site. They had me paying $163 a month for my
very much to food systems. We also need to look to the future and how we're going to respond to these serious issues, and so that we don't see this upturn in global hunger again when we're faced with the next global crisis.
Marco, Fiona was just saying that we need to look toward the future, that we need to start looking toward solutions. So let me ask you, do you believe there's going to be a more globally coordinated response effort going forward? And also, how do these countries come together and start being able to transform food systems in order to achieve food security? I mean, can these food systems actually be transformed?
I think it was Fiona mentioned something that is very important. I mean, food systems have become more global. So it's very tough to control a global system unless globally all countries agree on something. So the UN Food System Summit is aiming at that. Now, what we have realized happens to work out well for countries to learn from other countries is by exposing the best practices. So if you see in the report this year, what we have put across is many places that have worked throughout the world. We did consultation, we did webinars, we did learning from other practices, and based on all that knowledge, we have put some examples, and we have proposed 6 pathways of transformation. And how those pathways are taken by countries depend on their own context and their willingness. On inequality, for example, we know inequality is an issue that has been there for a long time, and we need to tackle it. But tackling inequality will not resolve the problem unless we also work on, for example, food environments and consumption behavior, how consumers react. Because a consumer with more money doesn't necessarily mean he will consume well, I think. So this is a transformation issues, and at the UN system, what we can do is we have put best practices out there for governments to learn. But not only for governments to learn, it's about the consumer. It's about all of us trying to understand how the transformation of the food system can work out for the benefit of people and the planet as well.
Leonie, let me ask you, when it comes to food insecurity, how much is the crisis exacerbated by food waste? And how much of food that gets produced around the world goes to waste?
Well, it depends which markets you're looking at. In wealthier markets, sometimes as much as 50% of all of the calories coming out of a farm might be wasted or lost at some point between farm and fork. In the developing world context, it's much less than that. Possibly a third of all of that food is wasted, which of course is a terrible waste of all of the environmental resources that went into producing that food, as well as it's a waste of the nutrients themselves. One of the things that I'm arguing here from the Southern African context, though, is if we think that we have limited atmospheric space left in order to, for instance, continue producing food that has a carbon footprint, it is a terrible waste of that atmospheric space to use any of it to produce food-like products that end up leaving people hungry, heavy, and sick. So I think we also need to reframe the issue of food waste. There are multiple solutions coming out around how to deal with food waste. But I think if we could expand this quantification of food waste to also see these highly industrialized, highly refined foods or food-like products as a form of waste, that would also help us reframe and also to internalize some of the health and environmental externalities of the current food system, which are not accounted for at the moment.
Fiona, how much of a toll is being taken by climate change and also by climate-related disasters?
Again, this really varies regionally, and in different parts of the globe, we're seeing an exacerbation of droughts, increased intensity of storms, that I think it's accepted is attributed to climate change. And that's only going to increase in the next decades. And again, it comes down to this inequality and those vulnerable communities who don't have the capacity to respond to those crises and to those changes in the climatic system. And so both from in terms of a food production perspective and in terms of household food security, that is going to increase the vulnerabilities that those communities experience.
Marco, what are some of the worst affected regions in the world right now when it comes to the worsening food insecurity?
Sure. I mean, this year in particular, we have managed to understand how the increasing hunger is associated to some of these drivers. And it's interesting to see that, you know, when I say drivers, I'm talking about conflict, which have increased in frequency and intensity. I'm talking about climate extremes. I'm talking about economic slowdowns. And to that, we add the COVID effect. And then we also have to keep in mind the inequalities that we have been talking about. Just to give them an example of the number that you mentioned at the beginning, the additional 161 more million people that are affected by hunger. If you decompose the increases in what we call the prevalence of undernourishment of that number, you decompose it, what you see is that when these drivers have happened in the world together, interacting, affecting countries, the prevalence of undernourishment is around 12% higher than in countries where these things don't interact. And then only one of them, single out of them, climate, that would explain 4 points of the increase compared to a country that was not affected by climate. Now, if you put these things together all over the world, you will notice that in Africa, for example, you see that conflict and climate have interacted much more than in other regions of the world to explain the increase. And Africa, of course, in terms of not only the prevalence of undernourishment as a percentage of the population, but also in terms of the trend going forward to 2030, is the most harmed region in terms of increases in hunger. But now, if you take some other like Latin America and the Caribbean, you will see that it is economic slowdowns what have affected the prevalence of undernourishment in those countries. So it varies from country to country, right? But then you cannot talk about it without Asia, because it's the biggest population in the world. Anything that happens there, even if it's a little increase of 1% in the prevalence of undernourishment, we're talking about millions of people.
Right. Leonie, I guess one of the saddest aspects of all this is that, you know, these warnings, as dire as they are, they're not new. The recommendations that are being made really aren't new. I'm curious about your opinion on if you believe that governments will actually start trying to change economic policies in order to try to help improve the situation.
I have to be honest, I'm a little bit cynical about whether governments will respond and will exert greater influence over the food system. At the moment, a lot of these large multinationals might have more bargaining power than many of the countries that they are trading in the African context. There are some interesting figures around that. But, there are some wonderful policy opportunities that they can adopt, for instance, if they were to choose to. I mean, I could give you two examples. Of course, the food system is extremely complex, so there is no silver bullet solution. But, two quick examples. In the African context, we have seen in the city, for instance, many African cities tend to regard the shopping mall and these large supermarket chains as an example or a demonstration of a nice, wealthy, developed city. So city-level policies often tend to favor these kinds of developmental approaches. But shopping malls are, in fact, they tend to drive a nutritional transition, so they drive people away from healthier diets to these industrialized food-like products. But at the same time, local researchers have shown the importance of informal markets within African cities, both as a source of nutrient as well as a source of livelihood, so that people can access nutrients. So cities in Africa need to prioritize informal markets, even if they don't look as aspirational, for instance, as a shopping mall.
All right, we have run out of time, so we're going to have to leave our conversation there. Thank you so much to all of our guests, Leonie Joubert, Marco Vinicio Sanchez, and Fiona Borthwick. And thank you, too, for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. And for further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on Twitter. Our handle is @AJ Inside Story. For me,
Medicaid available.
10-4.
We have to send people to Washington who are willing to shake the system up, because the leaders of this country.
And the U.S. has sent FBI agents and Homeland Security officials now to assess the country and figure out how it can help Haiti. Haitian officials now saying there is a Haitian-born doctor who was based in Florida who allegedly arrived via plane in June. He is then said to have arranged to hire some of those involved in the assassination. Police saying the operation was part of a broader plot to install this doctor as president. Laurent Remonte is the former Prime Minister of Haiti and author of The Hands of the Prime Minister. He joins us now. Mr. Prime Minister, thanks for being with us. Haiti was embroiled in chaos before the assassination of Jovenel Moïse. So what needs to happen in the long term and the short term for Haiti to gain some semblance of stability?
Well, Haiti, we've had, basically starting with the earthquake in 2010, we never really recovered from that earthquake because that created $15 billion in damages, and Haiti barely got, in terms of reconstruction funds, barely over $1 billion. So we're missing $14 billion to fully rebuild after the earthquake. So you can see that the math doesn't add up. And when this happens, that creates problems on the short, mid to long run. And some of the problems we're seeing today. So the economy of Haiti has had a lot of problems. 40% of our GDP comes from remittance from the United States, and the economy, 75% of the economy is largely informal. So the tax base is very little. You have only about 300 companies who pay taxes in Haiti. So you can see the systemic problems that are causing some of the strife that we're seeing on the streets. It's parallel to this, and compounding the problem is the lack of political stability in the country. So when you, and this is why President Jovenel Moise, however, Haiti has some very nice parts. I mean, you're showing the parts here that are not nice in some not areas of Port-au-Prince. We have some very beautiful parts as well in the rest of the country. So I just want to make sure that we balance it out.
Right.
So not
Mr.
flip
Prime
the same
Minister,
narrative.
is the United States
Yeah.
the best partner in trying to figure out a future of Haiti? After the earthquake, there were Haitians who believed the United States was responsible for the earthquake. The United States denied it, and then we found out that our offshore drilling did contribute to many of the seismic problems that the island nation was having. There have been coups with U.S. fingerprints on them in the past. So how cautious are Haitians of American involvement?
You know, that evolved over the years. A few years ago, I think that was the case. Now, I think it's a little bit different in the sense of, you know, they're more welcoming to U.S. involvement than before. There's a new generation. You know, right now we have the YouTuber type of generation. I mean, we have the Gen Z type, and also in Haiti. So that opened up the views. The views to Americans are much more positive today than they were in the past, where you had, you know, different generation of politicians leading the country and different generations of people's period. Now I notice that there is a whole lot more of sympathetic thoughts for U.S. involvement in Haiti. The government has asked the U.S. government to send in troops, security troops, to safeguard for the election. That has been reviewed and apparently, you know, not accepted. But, you know, the key to Haiti being better is certainly holding free and fair elections as soon as possible and having a democratic leader to build around and work with in order to help fix some of the economic issues, create jobs, stabilize the country security-wise, and then put Haiti on the path of progress with a democratically elected leader.
Mr. Prime Minister, I was in Haiti in the months after the earthquake, and I saw the devastation, and I also saw the beauty that you're talking about in Haiti. And what I was fascinated by more than anything was the size of the U.S. embassy there. What is the American interest in Haiti that demands an embassy, and you're smiling, that demands an embassy so large?
Well, you know, certainly starting with, you know, the U.S. has a lot of, you know, vested interest in Haiti. There is 5 million Haitians living abroad, of which 2 million are living in the United States. You know, truly, the size of the complex itself is very big. You're absolutely right. Now, why is it that big? I have no idea, but it is huge. It's
you were
huge,
the Prime Minister.
Yeah, but you know, this is a diplomatic mission, and it's something that you know, the diplomatic missions, you cannot ask the country building why they're building it so big. You know, it's a very touchy issue, and although I was the Prime Minister, but you know, diplomatic missions are outside of our scope of work, beyond our pay grade.
Does it have anything to do with that 1.5 trillion cubic feet of natural gas off the coast of Haiti?
Well, you know, I mean, that's an interesting point. It might have to do with that, but you know, then again, you know, I like to also own up some of the solutions to problems. So, for example, with that natural gas resource that Haiti would have, you know, it's our job to create the right laws in order for Haiti to benefit, for the people of Haiti to benefit from, I mean, from that natural gas. You know, we conducted a study with a South African company. We went to the World Bank to have the better solutions in order to exploit some of the natural resources that Haiti has. And at the end of the day, we need to pass the right laws and deal with the right companies in order to exploit this for the benefit of our people, rather than, you know, dealing with naysayers, I mean, that are saying that Haiti will always stay in the cycle of you know, poverty and misery, but rather look at this way as a sure way out of misery and poverty, which is our natural resources, and tap into it just like every country does. And this is an excellent point that you make. But Haiti needs to make the right decisions, and in order to do so, you must have the immediate elections coming up to have a democratic elected leader in order to make those decisions that are going to be tough decisions, but ones that are going to take Haiti out of the mess that it's currently in.
Mr. Prime Minister, Laurent Lamothe, the former Prime Minister of Haiti and the author of The Hands of the Prime Minister, thanks for being with us, and we will be right back. You're watching the second hour of DC Today.
Yo, what up, this Wyclef with Mary J. Serenade the girls with my acoustic guitars, you know what I'm saying? Yo, fellas having problems with the chicks. I want you right now to turn the lights down low. Pull your girl up next to you. I want you to sing these words. If Steph comes for me tonight, girl, I want you to know that I love you. And no matter how tough I would appear, only to you I would reveal my tears. So tell the police I ain't home tonight. Messing around with you is gonna give me life. But when I look into your eyes, man, you're worth that sacrifice. Love that my mom used to warn me about, man, I'm in trouble. I'm in real big trouble. If this is the kind of love that the old folks used to warn me about, man, I'm in trouble. I'm in real big trouble. I need y'all to do me a favor. Someone please call 911. Pick up the phone, yo. Tell them I just been shot down. And the bullets in my heart, and it's piercing through my soul. I'm losing blood, y'all. Feel my body getting cold. Someone please call 911. Pick up the phone, y'all. The alleged assailant is 5'1", and she shot me through my soul.
Attention North Kent Station 1, 210 North Main Street, Community Christian Church, for multiple commercial CO alarms. Attention North Kent Station 1, 210 North Main Street, Community Christian Church, for multiple commercial CO alarms. 1409.
Dairy contributes only 2% of greenhouse gas emissions. That's not saying there isn't more work.
Retiring to 52.
Go ahead.
And be advised, there is a truck from a security company in the driveway. They may be doing work.
That's fine.
Northwest back orders.
Let's get through. That's losing their shoes a lot. Let's get through.
For a female needing a lift assist, no injury. Attention Station 2, 1113 Northeast Street, Bedford Apartments 92. For a female needing a lift assist, no injury. 14.
Are you still at the station?
Negative, we're on 7th Street, in Orchard.
Are you able just to turn around and handle that call?
Hey, Verb.
We will do that.
That's Medic 4.
Medic 4 is out at Mercy. Altman.
Where? Out of the hospital.
Exit 2 is en route to North Main.
Medic 4 to Battalion.
Good.
Wait, come back to Station 1, chase Medic 4, and do you want us to go ahead and proceed?
You can just stay here and no place.
Two-year-old male, chest pain, difficulty breathing. Back sunroom will be your point of entry.
Clear. In service. On the air.
Medallion 52.
Battalion, go ahead.
2 calls in.
Called in for protest security.
Should be on task until the 23rd due to some upgrades.
Do you need me to contact them back, or is he going to?
He'll take care of it.
That's clear. I'll make a note of it.
Engine 2 is on scene.
To 2223 14th Street Southeast, 84-year-old female, severe knee pain.
New Vizzy Lemonade Hard Seltzer with antioxidant vitamin C.
84-year-old female, severe knee pain.
Oh yeah, ladies, and let's show them who got the #1 club in the county. Drop a beat.
SACOM, medic 1, back to work.
Just cause she dances go, it don't make her no. Maxine, put your ratchets on, we going to the disco. We gonna hilo to Mexico. Called up my mama, said I'm in love with this stripper, yo. 10 grand, let me see you shake it like you got no bones in your body. And you was made to be a celebrity. 20 grand, no it's a sin, but if only you show me a little more skin, it would fulfill my fantasy. 30 grand to the highest bidder, but Chris Rock said there's no sex in the champagne room. 40 grand, looked into her eyes, I saw tears falling down, type of tears that money couldn't buy. Just cause she dances go, it don't make her up, no. Maxine, put your ratchets on, we going to the disco. We gonna hilo to Mexico. Called up my mama, said I'm in love with this stripper, yo. Just cause she dances go, it don't make her up, no. Maxine, put your ratchets on, we going to...
They're requesting you use the ramp in the back of the house.
Thank you, guys.
All right, welcome back to Nosy Rosy News, guys. I know from the other video you saw that Haitian President Jovenel Moise, I'm sorry I'm messing that name up. I'm not French and I'm not from there. But I wanted to show you guys, you know, we all know that Wyclef Jean, he's from Haiti as well. He also tried to run for president of Haiti. At one point in time, he wrote this, okay? So it says, breaking news on this early morning, the president of Haiti, Jovenel Moise, has been assassinated. And pretty much that's all he did was say that. You would have thought it would have been a little bit more heartfelt, not trying to down him or anything. You would have thought he would have had something more to say than just breaking news. That's his country, that's his people, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to show you that, you know, some people are starting to react to it. So it's real, it is actually happening. He, you know what I'm saying? He's actually assassinated. He's actually dead. So live update, Haiti's president is assassinated. Jovenel Moise died in an attack on his private residence on the outskirts of the capital, Port-au-Prince. His wife was also shot.
Dispatch, medic 2's on scene.
Medic 2 on scene at 1419.
Engine 2 to Station 1. Scott, can you deliver us a squad, please? Hey, sir. You can come non-emergent.
China claims Taiwan as its own territory and opposes any recognition of the island as an independent state. China applies significant pressure on other nations which recognized China. Holy hell, right? Let's go ahead and take a look at a video on that subject. We have this video of President Jovenel Moise on his state visit to Taiwan. He went there in May of 2018.
The president of Haiti, Jovenel Moise, is in Taiwan for a 5-day state visit. The Thai administration has reportedly promised him $150 million loan for power infrastructure, and Moise is due to meet Thai power officials in the coming days. Haiti shares an island with the Dominican Republic, a former ally of Taiwan that switched its allegiance to China at the start of this month, leading many to wonder if Haiti could be the next ally to drop. A 21-gun salute greeted Haitian President Jovenel Moise, the first head of state of one of Taiwan's allies to visit since the Dominican Republic and Burkina Faso cut ties earlier this month. In the coming days, we've arranged a schedule of visits to observe agriculture, power generation, and the tech industry. And we will also exchange views with the Right Honourable Mr. Moise concerning the international situation we face. After my foreign minister returned from his last visit to Taiwan, he told me that your nation was willing to assist Haiti's development. Madam President, both your and my countries share the same political interests. Haiti's finance minister said that Taiwan will provide a loan of $150 million to improve power infrastructure, according to Haitian media. But U.S. spectators point out that Haiti and China have offices established in each other's territory, tipping the Caribbean nation as another that might soon switch to an alliance with Beijing. Perhaps to counter these doubts, Tsai Ing-wen made sure to emphasize Haiti's track record of taking Taiwan's side in the international community. Haiti has long supported Taiwan's participation in many areas of global life. Addressing the UN Assembly last year, the Right Honourable President Moise himself took a stand for justice for Taiwan. This April, the Foreign Minister, Antonio Rodriguez, also wrote a letter to the World Health Organization to advocate for Taiwan. Since the loss of ties with Burkina Faso, there has been a continuous stream of esteemed overseas guests visiting Taiwan. The Thai administration is doing all it can to consolidate the 18 diplomatic alliances Taiwan still enjoys and to prevent any more breakups.
So there we have it. That was a pretty interesting, basically just showing the state visit there to Taiwan. Everybody knows, certain NBA organizations got decimated for supporting Hong Kong last year, right? So there's no doubt that they would, there's so much weird shit in this, I can't make heads or tails of it. But let's check this out. Just since we're on the Taiwan subject, we're doing some of these articles a little bit out of order because they're just coming up. But in case you didn't know, right after the assassination, 11 armed suspects tried to break into Taiwan embassy in Haiti and arrested. 2 days after the assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moise, 11 armed suspects tried to break into the Taiwanese embassy in Port-au-Prince, to Taiwan Foreign Ministry on Friday. The ministry said that all suspects have been arrested without giving any details about their identities or the reason for the break-in. As for whether the suspects were involved in the assassination of the president of Haiti, that will need to be investigated by the Haitian police, Taiwan's foreign affairs spokesperson Joan Au told the Associated Press. The suspects attempted to break into the embassy while Taiwanese diplomats were working from home. The embassy security guards alerted the police regarding criminal trespass, officials said. According to Taiwan's foreign ministry, some doors and windows were broken, but there was no damage to the embassy. Haiti is one of a handful of countries that maintain diplomatic ties with Taiwan instead of the rival mainland Chinese government in Beijing. The Caribbean island is of more than 11 million people had grown unstable under Moise, but the president's assassination has exacerbated the uncertainty over the country's politics. Moise was found assassinated at his private residence on Wednesday. So we went through all this right here. Let's go ahead and check out this article right here. This article basically confirms that there's different sects in Haiti's government battling. We just saw an article. Let's go ahead and full screen my ugly mug for a second, right? We just saw an article claiming how Haiti's national leadership, through President Moise, was trying to formalize relations with Taiwan, was accepting notes, like banknotes, loans from Taiwan to fund his government rather than the US, rather than China, rather than the traditional, IMOs, International Monetary Organizations. They're really trying to do something there. And yeah, he was a little bit of a gangster, it seemed like. He tried to extend his term by 1 year, try to call him a tyrant because of this, threatening democracy, all Clinton Foundation principles. But let's just keep talking. Let's just keep looking at things. Let's keep questioning everything. China extends her Silk Road to Haiti. This was August 4th, 2017. Right around the time, or right before, Moise came into office, I believe, if I am correct. China plans to invest $30 billion in Haiti's infrastructure, according to the Haitian press agency. This week, the mayor of Port-au-Prince, Yuri Chevry, hosted the signing of an agreement between the Haitian company Ayatel Built Haiti, headed by former Senator Amos Andre, and the Southwest Municipal Engineering and Design Research Institute of China. The agreement includes the construction of a 600-megawatt power plant to electrify Port-au-Prince, the construction of a new city hall, markets, thousands of apartments, and eventually a railway from Port-au-Prince to the countryside. The center of the discussion was, quote, the reconstruction of the main building of the town hall and the construction of several public contracts on the territory of the commune of Port-au-Prince, unquote, according to Lou Paty. 20,000 workers will begin work before the end of 2017, backed by an initial infusion of $5 billion. The Chinese government has a deadline of September 30th, 2017 to unblock the funds. In the meantime, Bata Ayeti, the city of Port-au-Prince, and their partners continue to work on the recruitment of staff. Last May, China's President Xi Jinping hosted the first Belt and Road Forum, One Belt, One Road, in Beijing, offering hundreds of billions of dollars to over 100 interested countries for infrastructure projects. Haiti stands to be a beneficiary of the ambitious Chinese initiative, which is modeled on the ancient Silk Road. 1,000 years ago, China opened up routes of trade that linked the civilizations of Asia, Europe, and Africa. China now stands to have influenced the Caribbean corridor stretching from Cuba to Venezuela. Some analysts had compared the One Belt, One Road enterprise to the Marshall Plan. After World War II, the United States was such a strong manufacturing entity that it was forced to seek markets for its industrial products. The Marshall Plan required that aid to Europe involve a quid pro quo of U.S. investments and imports. Today, China has an excess amount of industrial capacity. China is exceptionally skilled at infrastructure. Foreign investment provides an outlet for exports of labor and resources. This accord may financially break the grip that the eternal exploiters of Haiti had for decades of the poor people of Haiti, while they greatly benefited from favors and monopolies from corrupt governments, says Bernard Saint-Stric, the former Senate president of Haiti, in an email. It is also possible that the Chinese initiative is less about altruistic globalization and more about finding markets for its industrial overcapacity. Is China trying to lure Haiti into its geopolitical orbit? Both motives may work together for the benefit of Haiti. It worked in Rwanda. Figures from the Rwanda Development Board indicate that Rwanda registered 45 Chinese investments from 2010 to 2016. Oh, great. Yeah, Africa and African Caribbean. The change...
Dispatch, Mathematic 3.
Yeah, we gotta just stop this article. You know what they're trying to do, right? You know what they're going for. It's fucking bullshit. Anyway, so I'm gonna go ahead and full screen my ugly mug, right? Full screen my ugly mug time. If you were an American, okay, let's go ahead and editorialize this a little bit. If you're were an American leader sympathetic to the interests in China and you wanted to execute a coup d'etat in Haiti, what is the country you would go to?
4546 is back in quarters.
4520, quarters, 1431.
Dispatch, can touch it back 2.
Thank you, man.
It's out of Murphy, ending 4.2.
32 emergency 432, 1432.
Engine 5 control, we able to gain entry without forcing anything. We helped her to her chair. She's not injured or sick. We're available. 10-4. CENTCOM 4511, 10 quarters.
4511, 3511 in quarters 1436.
Central Dispatch Base 1, Base 3, medical assistance needed in the lot of the Huntington Bank 2 West State, 2 West State Street. Elderly male fall victim bleeding from the head. The lot of Huntington Bank 2 West State. Time out, 1436.
Dispatch from Jackson, Medic 4.
Go ahead, Medic 4.
Medic 4 in quarters.
That's clear, you're in quarters. Base 3, go ahead.
Base 3 is 16. We'll walk over and check that out. Central Dispatch, we're en route.
Copy. Did you copy? Base 3 is going to walk over and check also.
I'll do that.
I love it when my contact rolls back in my eye. It's like a gross game of hide and seek.
At LASIK Plus.
Update for Defense of the United Kingdom, Ben Wallace. Here at the Pentagon today, they are now visiting Arlington Cemetery, where the Secretary of State for Defense will lay a wreath at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. We'll put out a readout later today of the meeting and what they discuss. Shifting gears to some ongoing exercises. In the European Command Theater, the Ukrainian-U.S. co-hosted exercise Sea Breeze concluded over the weekend. 31 ships, 40 aircraft, and Navy and Marine Corps personnel conducted 175 events throughout the Black Sea to include air, surface, and subsurface warfare drills to build upon interoperability in the Black Sea region.
National Medic 4 dispatch.
Destroyer USS Ross and other U.S. Navy 6 fleet forces are now heading to Bulgaria to kick off the annual Bulgarian-led exercise Breeze.
842 11th Street Southeast.
Our transition to
Arch
the
and
next
Beckman crossing.
exercise demonstrates our continued support to all of our Black Sea allies and partners and shows our commitment to building
16 copy. 16 Central Dispatch will be in service returning.
Also in Bulgaria, exercise Thracian Star 21 kicked off today. This exercise builds upon our ability to integrate with NATO allies from Bulgaria, Greece, and Romania to train for supporting regional security during peacetime, contingencies, and crises. As part of the exercise this week, F-16s and airmen from Aviano Air Base, Italy, will conduct training alongside NATO forces to enhance our ability to provide a credible fighting force. Now in the Indo-Pacific area, yesterday marked the first day of U.S. Army Pacific's Forager 21, which is the primary training exercise in support of Defender Pacific 21. Forager 21 is designed to test and refine the theater Army ability to deploy land forces to the Pacific, execute command and control, and effectively conduct multi-domain operations throughout Oceania from July 11th to August 6th, 2021. Approximately 4,000 U.S. personnel are directly participating in Forager 21. This exercise will consist of several major events to include an 82nd Airborne operation, a bilateral airborne operation with the Japan Ground Self-Defense Force and 1st Special Forces Group, an AH-64 helicopter live-fire exercise, multi-domain operations including movements of Strikers, Avengers, and high-mobility artillery rocket systems, and modernization efforts in the space and cyber domains. Finally, NORAD and U.S. NORTHCOM, in partnership with all 11 combatant commands, are leading the latest in a series of Global Information Dominance Experience, or GUIDE, G-I-D-E. GUIDE 3 began July 8th, and it will continue through the 15th of this month. The experiment is taking place globally through virtual events, but will also involve some live fly events in northern Michigan. The experiment embodies a fundamental change in how we use information and data to increase decision space, as well as a concerted effort to create global integration. The goal is to shift the department away from today's regionally focused plans, strategies, force management, and force design paradigms, and budgetary and acquisition processes. GUIDE focuses on rapidly developing the capabilities required to increase deterrence options in competition and crises through a data-centric, software-based approach. It's very much part and parcel of what you heard the Secretary talk about a few months ago about integrated deterrence for the next century. GUIDE events will combine people and technology to innovate and accelerate system development for domain awareness, information dominance, decisional superiority, and global integration. Lastly, I know I said finally on that, but lastly, I want to note that, and I know you all are aware, that later this afternoon there'll be a memorial service for Tajinder Singh, formerly of India America Today, over in downtown. And again, I just want to use this opportunity to express our condolences on behalf of everybody at the department to him, to his family, to his loved ones, to his colleagues, and actually to all of you who I know felt very deeply about him and his professionalism. We mourn with you, and we are certainly missing him here in the briefing room today. And I know it'll be a very touching and fitting event that celebrates an incredible career in journalism. Bob.
Thanks, John. Thanks for those final words about Mr. Singh. I do have two questions for you related to the transfer of authority from General Miller to General McKenzie. First one is, do General McKenzie's authorities to conduct airstrikes against the Taliban end on August 31st? And the second question is, when you mentioned that the airport security will be one of the 4 missions or purposes, what exactly, have you worked out what exactly U.S. troops would do at the airport? Will they be operating some sort of defensive weapon systems, or what will they be doing?
On your first question about authorities, what I can tell you is, as I said in my opening statement, that General McKenzie has all those authorities now, as did General Miller. So he possesses them now. I'm not going to speculate about timing on that, but what I can tell you is that certainly throughout the remainder of the summer, through the end of August, General McKenzie has those authorities. I won't go beyond that in terms of schedule or speculating about what it would look like going forward. On the airport, I think you know, Bob, we already have some, and have had for quite some time, some troops dedicated to security at the airport. There's an aviation support element there. There are some defensive capabilities. And I would expect that, without getting into details, to some degree, and in some way, that support will continue through the drawdown. Now, what things look like after that, and after we've continued to flesh out all the details with Turkey, who has agreed to lead this security effort, we'll see. But what that looks like going forward after the drawdown. But through the drawdown, yes, we will have requisite capabilities there at the airport to assist in the security.
It's clear that they would continue after August 3rd.
I don't want to get ahead of a decision-making process that's not complete. We are still in discussions with the Turks about what security at the airport is going to look like. We're grateful for their willingness to lead this effort. You heard President Erdogan talk about that last week. We're still hammering out, as President Erdogan said, we're still hammering out the scope of what that is. And when we get that all solidified, we'll be able to talk in more detail. But I don't want to speculate about a specific future presence at the airport for American forces just yet.
Follow up on the airport thing.
Sure.
So I understand there's some kind of an agreement on a framework for the providing security for the airport by the Turkish side, but there's some sticking points which is still under discussion. Are you able to highlight which issues are still being discussed with the Turkish side?
I don't. First of all, I would take issue with the description of sticking points. We've had some productive discussions with the Turks. We've been reading some of those calls out to you that the Secretary has had himself with his counterpart. I believe I describe them as sticking points, but there are some modalities and some requirements that we're still working out with the Turks. And again, I don't think it would be useful for me to, publicly conduct a negotiation here at the podium. We're still talking with them, and when we have it more solidified, we'll be able to talk.
But is the U.S. open to the idea that...
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased that today Secretary Blinken is joining us to unveil the 2021 Illegal Genocide and Atrocities Prevention Act report. Secretary Blinken will have a statement. He'll take a question or two before he has to depart. At that point, we'll turn to Acting Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations, Rob Fauché, who will also make a brief statement, and he'll stay to take additional questions. After that, we will proceed to our normally scheduled program. With that, over to you, Secretary Blinken.
Yeah, thanks very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Good to see you all. Let me just say before turning to today's report, I want to speak briefly to the situation in two countries in the hemisphere. Over the weekend, tens of thousands of Cubans took to the streets on the island to exercise their rights to assemble peacefully and express their views. The protesters called for freedom and human rights. They criticized Cuba's authoritarian regime for failing to meet people's most basic needs, including food and medicine. In many instances, peaceful protesters were met with repression and violence. The Biden-Harris administration stands by the Cuban people and people around the world who demand their human rights and who expect governments to listen to and serve them rather than try to silence them. Peaceful protesters are not criminals, and we join partners across the hemisphere and around the world in urging the Cuban regime to respect the rights of the Cuban people to determine their own future, something they have been denied for far too long. Second, the United States is in close consultations with our Haitian and international partners to support the Haitian people in the aftermath of the assassination of President Moïse. We urge the country's political leaders to bring the country together around a more inclusive, peaceful, and secure vision and pave the road toward free and fair elections this year. Yesterday, we sent an interagency delegation to Port-au-Prince to assess the situation, which, together with our constant contact with Haitian officials and other stakeholders, will help determine how the United States can best support Haiti in a very difficult time. I want to reiterate our deepest condolences to the family of President Moïse and to the Haitian people, and wish First Lady Marine Moïse a swift recovery. Now, let me turn to the reason we're actually here today. Elie Wiesel said that the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. The report that we released today represents a stand against indifference and a commitment to do more to prevent and respond to atrocities, including genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. It's fitting that we're meeting today. Yesterday was the 26th anniversary of the genocide at Srebrenica, where more than 8,000 Bosniak Muslim boys and men were slaughtered. The American people joined the people of Bosnia and Herzegovina in solemn remembrance of those victims and in solidarity with their families. We're reminded of how important it is to do all we can to prevent atrocities like this from ever occurring. I want to thank Assistant Secretary Rob Fauché and the entire Conflict and Stabilization Operations team for leading the effort to produce this report, as well as the members of the Interagency Atrocity Early Warning Task Force led by the White House, and the hundreds of American diplomats around the world whose reporting, insights, and efforts are reflected here. Let me just take a moment to put this report in context. Over the past decade and a half, the United States has steadily and systematically increased our efforts to stop mass atrocities. In 2008, a bipartisan genocide prevention task force, chaired by former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright and former Secretary of Defense Bill Cohen, produced a blueprint for U.S. policymakers with 34 recommendations for how to identify and avert genocide. In 2011, President Obama issued a presidential study directive on mass atrocities, writing, and I quote, "Preventing mass atrocities and genocide is a core national security interest and a core moral responsibility of the United States." To deliver on that core interest, we created the Atrocities Prevention Board at the NSC. It's now called the Atrocity Early Warning Task Force. And soon after, the Bureau of Conflict and Stabilization Operations here at the State Department. And in 2018, Congress passed the Elie Wiesel Genocide and Atrocities Prevention Act. It codified atrocity prevention as an American priority. It directed the United States government to enhance its capacity to prevent, mitigate, and respond to atrocities. It required the State Department to provide additional training to our teams in Washington and around the world on how to spot warning signs of potential atrocities and early prevention steps to take. And it mandated the annual report that we're releasing today. All this work, under both Democratic and Republican presidents, with bipartisan support from Congress, reflects our hope that with the right tools, resources, and commitment, we can ward off atrocities before they lead to mass human suffering. We want to change the story that we've seen play out too many times, that by the time senior policymakers are fully engaged, many people have died, the costs of taking action have risen, opportunities for early intervention have been missed. I say all this with humility, as someone who has served in senior levels of government before and has been in rooms when we grappled with what to do, when political unrest somewhere in the world gave way to mass violence toward civilians. This is an incredibly difficult challenge. My friend and colleague Samantha Power described it as a problem from hell. You'll recall her groundbreaking book on the subject. And we haven't cracked it yet. But we continue to believe that it's possible, and that training, preparation, resources, cooperation within governments and among governments are key. And so, of course, is determination. This year, for the first time, the report provides direct, detailed accounts of atrocities taking place in specific countries, including Burma, Ethiopia, China, and Syria. These places represent some of the toughest foreign policy challenges on our agenda, and we'll keep working toward resolutions that reflect our commitment to human rights and democratic values. We'll use all of the tools at our disposal, including diplomacy, foreign assistance, investigations, and fact-finding missions, financial tools and engagements, reports like this one, which raise awareness and allow us to generate coordinated international pressure and response in a whole-of-government approach to preventing and mitigating atrocities around the globe. At our best, the United States helps bring peace and stability to places where people are suffering. Our work on preventing atrocities represents our highest ideals in action, and the Biden-Harris administration will build upon the work of past administrations to bring us closer to a future in which atrocities are never allowed to happen again. Thanks very much.
Sean? Thanks, Mr. Secretary. Could I follow up on your remarks on Cuba? I was wondering what implications this has for U.S. policy. There's a policy review underway. Does this affect the timeline? When do you expect that to be finished? Ideas like remittances, travel, things that took place under Obama, are those still on the cards now after this? And on that note, the president of Cuba today said that the U.S. was provoking social unrest. Do you have any response to that?
The policy review that you point to focuses on the political and economic well-being of the Cuban people. And obviously we're looking carefully and closely at what has just happened, what indeed is happening. And as we've stated many times, at the heart of the review and at the heart of the policy that will result are democracy and human rights. That's core to our efforts. That will be reflected in the policy. I think it would be a grievous mistake for the Cuban regime to interpret what is happening in dozens of towns and cities across the island as the result or product of anything the United States has done. It would be a grievous mistake because it would show that they simply are not hearing the voices and will of the Cuban people. People deeply, deeply, deeply tired of the repression that has gone on for far too long, tired of the mismanagement of the Cuban economy, tired of the lack of adequate food, and of course an adequate response to the COVID pandemic. That is what we are hearing and seeing in Cuba, and that is a reflection of the Cuban people, not of the United States or any other outside actor.
On Ethiopia, do you have an update on the assessment of whether to call events in Tigray crimes against humanity, genocide, or war crimes? And if I may, on Myanmar, can you update us on the review of whether genocide and crimes against humanity were committed against the Rohingya?
I appreciate it. Look, both reviews are ongoing. We're bringing together the facts, the legal assessments, and both are being very actively considered.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Rob, appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Secretary Blinken. It's an honor to have the Secretary announce the submission of the annual report to Congress pursuant to the Elie Wiesel Genocide and Atrocities Prevention Act of 2018. Today, we honor the life and memory of Elie Wiesel, a Holocaust survivor who reminded us that our commitment to never again requires persistent determination. As the Secretary mentioned, yesterday marked the 26th anniversary of genocide in Srebrenica. Atrocities, unfortunately, continue to unfold on our watch. This report serves as a reminder that while we are making progress on preventing atrocity crimes, such as genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes, we still have much more work to do. This year's report details a few specific country cases where the department has determined or acknowledged that atrocities have occurred in recent years and thus are at risk of further atrocities. For example, the report draws attention to Xinjiang, where the People's Republic of China has committed and continues to commit genocide and crimes against humanity against Uyghurs and members of other ethnic and religious minority groups. The report draws attention to the heinous acts of sexual violence and gross human rights violations that have been reported in Tigray, Ethiopia, including indiscriminate attacks on civilians, medical personnel, and humanitarian workers. And the report also calls attention to the brutal crackdown on peaceful protesters and human rights defenders in Burma by a military regime whose leadership includes many individuals responsible for ethnic cleansing against the predominantly Muslim Rohingya and appalling violence against ethnic and religious minorities. With the submission of this report, the United States reaffirms that atrocity prevention must remain at the forefront of international peace and security efforts. Atrocity crimes pose some of the gravest threats to the rules-based international order that has helped bring peace and prosperity for more than 7 decades. Importantly, this report is about continuous improvement in U.S. efforts to uphold that order by preventing atrocities from occurring. To carry out this important work, the White House-led Atrocity Early Warning Task Force continues to coordinate a whole-of-government approach to prevent, mitigate, and respond to atrocities. In the 3 years since the Elie Wiesel Act became law, we have trained thousands of diplomatic, development, and defense professionals to do the crucial work of prevention. We are innovating by piloting new systems that use satellite imagery to give early warning of potential violent events to groups on the ground. And we have deployed life-saving aid to human rights defenders and civil society leaders threatened by and endangered from repressive regimes. This report makes clear that the United States will continue to redouble its efforts to prevent, mitigate, and respond to atrocities with more timely and effective actions in coordination with like-minded partners and multilateral fora, such as the International Atrocity Prevention Working Group. We will continue to actively solicit vital input from civil society on atrocity risk analysis, prevention strategies, and methods to address grievances and community recovery. These steps, taken together, move us one step closer to never again. The United States government is committed to reducing the risk of future atrocities and, with persistent determination, create conditions for a more peaceful and prosperous world. Thank you, and I'm happy to take a few questions.
So a lot of this talk here has been about early warning and prevention, and yet the countries that you've identified, it's kind of, it's too late for early warning. It's already happened, and you didn't prevent anything. So can you give us an example or two of a country in which there was, an early warning bell went off, and you did something that prevented it? That's...
Sure. Let me try and answer that question. We are working in many countries where we have indicators that would basically lead us to believe that there's a possibility of an atrocity event. These can range from a variety of kind of different kinds of situations. When we take that up, we talk to those countries, we develop programs in response to those indicators, and we work with our international partners to address that. So, for example, in the Central African Republic, we've been training women there in 4 states on conflict mitigation, trying to help them understand how to better bring their society together rather than let it divide itself among the people in that society.
Okay, but the situation in the CAR is pretty bad.
It is pretty bad.
As it is throughout West Africa.
Yeah.
So can you give us an example of, I understand that this report is important, but again, I have to point out that every country that you named, with the exception of CAR just now, has already been through atrocities. So I don't see where is the early warning system working.
Well, the early
because
warning
it hasn't worked. It might be, you might be doing it in CAR, but it hasn't
Sure.
stopped the atrocities from happening.
Well, at this point in the CIR, we haven't made any determination of atrocity occurring there. But in other countries, including those countries that we are listed here that had a history of atrocity, our efforts is to stop atrocity either from recurring or from occurring at all. And so our efforts, as the Secretary said, this is a tough challenge. These are not easy things to do. And we're trying to take all steps that we can using our entire toolbox of diplomatic, financial, and other resources to prevent these events from occurring in whatever country we're talking about.
Thank you, sir. My question is really on the definition of atrocity. I think it covers war crimes, crimes against humanity, and so on. What is your definition? And are you like in tandem with the United Nations, other countries, and so on? And how do you go about enforcing this, since you're not, let's say, a member of the ICC? Thank you, sir.
Sure. First of all, the definition of atrocity, the Elie Wiesel Atrocity and Genocide Prevention Act, or Genocide and Atrocity Prevention Act, defines atrocity very clearly as including genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. And that's the definition that we are using for the work we're doing under that law. Now, when we are facing those situations, we are working with our international partners basically to develop a response to countries or regions of concern where we think these things might be developing.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions? Yes, please.
You mentioned in the report that the administration is committing to combating ISIS in Iraq and Syria. Can you tell us if this constant attack by the pro-Iran militias, specifically in Iraq, is hindering your efforts to confront ISIS? And can you give us an assessment, if possible, I know might not be your domain, on the strength of ISIS as we speak now?
So for the latter point, yes, I'm afraid that is not my area of expertise. So I wouldn't be able to give you an accurate response, but we can refer that to our experts and we'll get back to you on that, on the strength of ISIS right now. But I think it's fair to say the attacks that are occurring in Syria, at a minimum, complicate our ability to work towards atrocity prevention and atrocity response that has occurred in that area. So it's definitely a very unwelcome development. It's something that we urge the parties to desist from doing.
Could I just ask you, with regard to prevention and also getting in the way of these atrocities, continuing to be carried out, how important is it to deny the perpetrators of access to the U.S. economy?
We think this is one of the key tools that we have. This is more in response to atrocities that have occurred. Obviously, we want to hold the perpetrators accountable through transitional justice or international justice systems, as well as prevent them from having access to U.S. markets or to the United States in general. And I think you'll see in the report itself this year, the Department of Homeland Security mentions that they stopped at least 24 people from entering the United States who had been accused of atrocity crimes in the past.
And can I just follow up on that? Then specifically looking at the genocide in Xinjiang in China, we all know that solar panels are key to the Biden administration's energy plan. And so I know that there have been some restrictions put on companies operating in that region who exploit the Uyghur population there. But is there a policy at large that the Biden administration is going to implement that will deny any of those companies from selling their goods to the United States?
It's very difficult for me to speculate as to what our policy will be. If you're asking where is the policy going. But right now, yes, we have prevented certain products from Xinjiang from coming into the United States. And I know there's a consistent and constant review of those kind of policies and how they should be expanded or changed.
And why can't you just make a broad determination if that, as you said, is a key tool that can be employed and this has been defined as a genocide?
I don't think I fully understand your question.
I'm just wondering why that isn't just kind of a holistic policy not to import any of the goods from those companies using Uyghur population if we know that a genocide is occurring there.
Again, I think we have our specific policies that we put into place that are under review and will be adjusted as appropriate. I think other departments in the government are involved in those decisions, as well as our partners. And it's, as you know, a very fluid and complicated situation. To date, though, we don't have sort of blanket policy that you're referring to. We have more specific policy.
Thanks.
Washington Post. I just wanted to ask, if possible, about the early warning system in Afghanistan. As the United States withdraws or ends its military mission in Afghanistan, there's a lot of concern about civil war and particularly the Taliban taking over areas of the country where previously in the 1990s they were accused of war crimes and targeting certain ethnicities and religious minorities, specifically the Hazara. And I'm just wondering what you guys are doing in regards to Afghanistan right now, and how the State Department will do it, given the reduced visibility that it probably is going to have in Afghanistan without the eyes across the country in different places.
It is the situation in Afghanistan is of grave concern for the United States in terms of the activities of the Taliban. We are working with our international partners. We'll keep our eyes on their activities. We will call them out if they engage in kind of atrocity events as they are working in the country or fighting in the country. And we will bring all the diplomatic tools and other tools we have at our disposal to protest and to try to stop or prevent those things from occurring.
Please.
Thank you. You and also the Secretary were talking about how you're trying to improve the mechanisms or the tools that you have in order to stop genocide activity. And some of those means would be independent fact-finding missions. With regard to China, it seems clear that the Chinese government has no inclination of allowing any sort of independent fact-finding missions that would sort of satisfy both the U.S. State Department and also perhaps EU or Canada. So what's the strategy then? If you're trying to improve the means by which the U.S. tries to stop what's going on in Xinjiang, and if the Chinese government is apparently completely stonewalling any attempt to get in there, what is it? Just a matter of trying to let that pressure, international pressure, push them to eventually relent? If not, how can you get on the ground in Xinjiang?
Sure. I think we totally regret the refusal of the Chinese government, number one, to let people in to look at what's happening in that situation. We're maintaining, as you mentioned, pressure with our international partners on China, both to let people in and to change its behavior so that we could stop what we consider to be the atrocities that are happening there from occurring or continuing to occur into the future. So the strategy is a diplomatic strategy that continues to build pressure on China using whatever tools we have at our disposal. And it cannot be just by the United States alone. It has to be with our partners around the world.
Any other questions, Sean?
Sure. Can I ask you further about the situation in Tigray? I was wondering what your assessment right now I mean, in the report, of course, it's talking about the grave concerns there, but in the recent weeks, of course, there's been a change on the ground there with some of the government troops leaving. What's your assessment about how things stand now? Do you see any hope of resolution for this? And the Ethiopian elections, how, if anything, does that affect the situation there?
Sure. Well, let me try and, first of all, the Ethiopia elections, I'm not obviously the expert on Ethiopia, so I feel reluctant to talk about that. In terms of the situation in Tigray and what's represented in the report goes through May of this year, and there have been developments since May in Tigray and among, with the election and various other things that have occurred. We are still very concerned about the situation out there. We're calling for all parties to respect the ceasefire. We're calling for full humanitarian access into that region. It is very concerning to see what's going on for the people there. We are also asking for full cooperation with the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission and the UN Human Rights Council, their investigations into the allegations that are being made about what is going on there. And at the same time, we want the Eritrean forces to withdraw and the full scope of the situation to basically be brought down several notches.
This is a slightly procedural question, and forgive my ignorance, but in your report you name, I think, 5 or 6 cases. Is that it? Is that all that you're studying in this particular report, or is there a broader review of other cases?
Under the law, the Congress has asked us to do a global assessment of atrocity risk throughout the entire world. So we're looking at the entire world. We wanted to highlight those 6 countries or those 6 instances in this report, basically to show that we have had in the past the ability to make determinations that atrocities have occurred and that we have ways of responding to that. We believe it's important, as I think the Secretary has said it several times, to shine to put a spotlight on these activities. That's one of the best ways from preventing them from happening again in the future. And so this report is meant to put a spotlight on bad behaviors that we hope to stop.
Nothing further. Thank you, Acting Assistant Secretary Cochet. Appreciate it. Congratulations on the report.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us today. I'm sorry we got a late start. Just have a few things at the top before we take some questions. First, today is an important day for Moldova. We are pleased to announce that the United States has donated 500,000 doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine to Moldova, the first shipment to arrive today, July 12th. This donation, which was announced Friday, July 9th, will increase the number of vaccinated Moldovans by more than 100%, and it comes in addition to over $7 million in U.S. aid provided to Moldova since the beginning of the pandemic last year. Separately, the United States congratulates the people of Moldova on their July 11th early parliamentary elections. We echo the preliminary findings of the OSCE and ODIHR, which found that the elections were well administered, they were competitive, and that the fundamental freedoms were largely respected. We urge Moldovan authorities to address concerns raised by ODIHR in its report, including enhancing full impartiality of the Central Election Commission and effective campaign finance oversight, and addressing the insufficient legal framework to regulate electoral dispute resolution. We're committed to strengthening our partnership with Moldova based on shared democratic values, and we look forward to working with the new government to grow our bilateral relationship and our cooperation. Today marks the 5th anniversary of the landmark decision in the arbitration between the Philippines and China on the South China Sea. 5 years ago, the Arbitral Tribunal, constituted under the 1982 Law of the Seas Convention, delivered a unanimous and enduring decision firmly rejecting the PRC's expansive South China Sea maritime claims as having no basis in international law. Yesterday evening, as you probably saw, Secretary Blinken released an official statement supporting this important ruling. Many of our partners and allies, including Australia, Canada, Denmark, France, Germany, Japan, New Zealand, the Philippines, and the EU, issued statements or took to social media to demonstrate global support for the rules-based maritime order. As Secretary Blinken told senior PRC officials in Anchorage early this year, quote, "The alternative to a rules-based order is a world in which might makes right and winners take all, and that would be a far more violent and unstable world for all of us. We call on the PRC to abide by its obligations under international law, to cease its provocative behavior, and to demonstrate respect for the rights of all countries, those both big and small." Next, the United States is gravely concerned by reports of ongoing hostilities in western Tigray and evidence of escalating military conflict there. Escalating fighting will undermine critical ongoing efforts to deliver humanitarian relief to famine-affected populations in Tigray. We again call on the Tigrayan Defense Forces, the Amhara Regional Forces, and Ethiopian National Defense Forces to move towards a negotiated ceasefire in the interests of civilians in the region and to preserve the unity of the Ethiopian state. We strongly condemn any retaliatory attacks that have been or may be directed against civilians in the Tigray region, whether by organized military or security forces or by rogue elements. The United States further calls on all armed actors to comply with their international humanitarian legal obligations, including regarding the protection of civilians. All those who are responsible for violations of international humanitarian law and human rights abuses must be held accountable. As we have consistently said, any effort to change the internal boundaries of Ethiopia by force is unacceptable. Any issue of such national importance, like borders, would be an issue for the Ethiopian people to decide through consensual dialogue, not by the barrel of a gun. The United States is disappointed by reports that a court in Morocco has sentenced journalist Suleiman Raisuni to 5 years in prison. We note Mr. Raisuni has alleged there were violations of fair trial guarantees. We believe the judicial process that led to his verdict contradicts the Moroccan system's fundamental promise of fair trials for individuals accused of crimes, and it is inconsistent with the promise of the 2011 Constitution and His Majesty King Mohammed VI's reform agenda. We also have concerns about the case's negative impact on freedom of expression and freedom of association in Morocco. Press freedom is foundational to prosperous and secure societies, and governments must ensure that journalists can safely perform their essential roles without fear of unjust detention, violence, or threats. We are following this case closely, as well as those of other detained journalists in Morocco, including Omar Radi, and we have raised these concerns with the Moroccan government, and we will continue to do so. With that, I'm happy to move to your questions.
Thanks, Ned. In addition, on Afghanistan, in addition to the change in command that happened earlier today, the embassy announced overnight that it's going to resume immigrant visa processing. And I'm just wondering, is this resumption going to make a dent in the backlog, or how much of a dent will it make in the backlog? Does it affect the relocation plans or the option for relocation? And is anything has anything been decided on that front?
Well, you are correct that the embassy has announced over Twitter that it will resume immigrant visa interviews this week, and that does include the SIV process. As you know, the SIV process is written into law. It was designed by Congress. It involves more than a dozen steps, and that includes both a role for the Department of State as well as for the Department of Homeland Security. As we said before, there are approximately 18,000 Afghan principal applicants at some stage of this process. As of May of 2021, approximately half of those applicants are at some stage of the process pending applicant action. So in other words, approximately 9,000 or half of these applicants need to take action before the U.S. government can begin processing their case. About 30% of these applicants are awaiting a decision at the chief of mission stage, and the final 20% were approved by the chief of mission stage, and they're moving through the application process either in the petition or the visa processing stages. You were also right in your question that we have mobilized significant resources to do all we can to make a dent in the applicants. As you know, we have been very clear and consistent that the United States has a special responsibility to those who have assisted us in different ways over the years, often at great risk to themselves, sometimes to their families as well. That is also why we have identified a group of SIV applicants, that is to say individuals who were already somewhere in that SIV processing chain, whom at the right time, before the military withdrawal is complete, later this year, relocate, or at least offer to relocate to a third country as they go through their SIV application processing. We have been in conversations, diplomatic discussions with a number of countries around the world. These discussions have occurred at any number of levels, to include senior levels. But we don't have any updates for you regarding that. The other point I would make is that throughout this process, we have prioritized the safety and the security of those who, often at great risk to themselves, have helped the United States over the years. And so we will be, in some cases, constrained in terms of what we can say publicly about relocation, about numbers, about certain details. But as soon as we have more to share on that front, we will do so.
Okay, but how much of it, once the interviews resume, how many can they do? How much of a dent do you think you can make in the backlog?
Look, we are moving just as quickly as we can.
You can't just say that, so I don't keep because I'm going to keep asking the question until you. If you don't know, that's fine. But I'm just asking. That's my question.
Matt, we have already made significant progress in shortening the period it requires for an applicant to go from the start of the process to through the visa provision provision stage. We have shortened that by a number of months, and we have done that by surging individuals through operations in Kabul. But the other important point is that much of this adjudication and processing that takes place at the chief of mission stage need not and does not take place in Kabul. This is a point that we have made in terms of our embassy staffing posture in Kabul. We are able to process individuals at the chief of mission stage from here in Washington. And the other point I would make, again, this program is defined in statute. It was passed by Congress, designed by Congress. We will continue to work with Congress to find ways that we could potentially streamline these operations, knowing that there are to date more than 18,000 people who are somewhere in that process. Again, our goal is to shorten that process as much as we can in a way that is pursuant to the safety and security needs of these individuals, but also responsible in the way that we are processing these individuals.
The president's announcement that all troops will be gone by September 11th, and now August 31st. But since the initial announcement back in May, how many these SIV applications have been approved, and how many of those approved visa holders have been admitted to the United States?
We can see if we
3 months.
We can see if we can provide a snapshot of that 3 month period. I don't have that.
Is it more than zero? I don't know. I mean,
We'll see if we can provide specific numbers.
Thank you.
Saeed. Anything else on Afghanistan?
Can we stay on this?
Sure. Please.
If it's on Afghanistan,
Yeah, we just got
Sure.
one.
Yep.
Turkish President Erdogan says Turkey and the U.S. have reached an agreement on security for HKIA. Is this true? Can we get details if it is? The 2020 Doha agreement says no U.S. military can remain in Afghanistan. Will any U.S. military personnel assigned to airport security be rebranded as diplomats and given diplomatic passports?
Well, what I can say is that we have had discussions with our Turkish partners in the context of broader cooperation in Afghanistan. Those discussions are ongoing. We don't have anything to announce today. I know that last week the Department of Defense read out a couple of those conversations, but I don't have any additional details to share for you now. We certainly welcome Turkey's constructive role when it comes to the withdrawal and the broader safety and security situation in Afghanistan, also its support for the diplomatic process. When it comes to U.S. personnel on the ground, I would need to refer you to DoD for details of that. Connor?
just on SIVs, taking note of what you said about the limited commentary you can give us on numbers and everything, can you give us any sense of the scale of how many people are in this group that you've identified? Is it in the hundreds? As you said, there are 18,000 applicants in total. How many of them would be expected to be relocated?
Well, we are making an assessment based on the needs, based on the safety and security of those applicants. We don't have numbers to share, and again, we're going to be limited in the details that we ultimately will be able to share. But as we do, we will do
Can't
that.
give us any sense of like hundreds, thousands.
At this point, I don't have any specific numbers to share.
And then on Ambassador Khalilzad's travel to the region, which was announced on Saturday, does he have a specific message he's bringing to the Taliban? Is he going to offer incentives or give them a warning if they don't cooperate in peace negotiations?
I think his message will be consistent with the message that we have reiterated all along, and that is that we continue to call for an end to ongoing violence. We know that violence has been driven largely by the Taliban. We know that a negotiated settlement between the Islamic Republic and the Taliban is really the only way to end 40 years of violence, and importantly, to bring to Afghanistan's people the safety and security and the peace that they seek. And so as Ambassador Khalilzad is there, he will urge the sides to engage in serious negotiations to try to determine that political roadmap for a future for Afghanistan that leads to a just and durable settlement. Both of those are very important to us. A settlement cannot be durable if it is not just, and that has been a guiding principle of ours all along. We also know, in the context of the recent uptick in violence, and we've made this point before, but the world will not accept the imposition by force of a government in Afghanistan. Importantly, legitimacy and assistance and popular mandate within Afghanistan for any Afghan government can only be possible if that government, again, has the support of the people and for the United States and for the international community, if it has a fundamental and basic respect for human rights. For us, that's non-negotiable. In the interim, we'll continue, as you've heard, to support the ANDSF. That support will transition and form over time. But what won't transition and form over time is the partnership. The partnership we will maintain with the Afghan people, with Afghanistan's leaders, as we support this diplomacy seeking a just and durable political settlement. Missy.
On Afghanistan, I don't know if this is, if you all do this here, so hopefully this isn't out of school, but would it be possible at some point to get someone to walk us through the process that the SIVs undergo, just, while all the details and the destinations are being worked out, because then we can write about it, from a place of greater understanding of what the challenges and, the whole process and the parameters will be that apply to all these applicants?
That is something we do here, and happy to take that back. I think there would be some good utility. Again, it's a process, and there would be good utility because it's a process that is not uncomplicated. There are a number of steps that take place in country, that take place back here, and so we'll take that back and let you know.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Yeah, I just want to ask, I just can't get, what does it mean the world will not accept the position of a government by force? And you say that for us, that's non-negotiable. But what does that mean?
The basic respect for human rights.
But what does that mean?
In
That
any
it's non-negotiable. What are you going to do if and when that happens, when there is a government imposed by force?
Matt, I think this goes back to the two criteria that we've spoken to. It's just and it's durable.
Yeah.
In order for any government.
But you seem to care. You seem to think that the Taliban care about being named and shamed.
I seem to think, and more importantly, this department and our allies and partners around the world think that any government that might come to power in Afghanistan will require not an insignificant degree of assistance from the international community. And the international community has been very clear that any government that doesn't respect the basic and the fundamental rights of its people won't be in a position to accrue that international support. That is what we're calling for, a just settlement. If a settlement is not just, it won't be durable. And it may not be durable in large part because the international community won't be there to offer it the backing that successive, certainly that in the past 20 years, central governments in Afghanistan have required.
Thank you. And then moving on to the Palestinian issue. Today, the Special Rapporteur for Human Rights for the Palestinian territories, Michael Link, called the occupation a war crime. Do you agree that the occupation is a war crime? I mean, in the spirit of this presentation today?
I've seen those comments. We aren't going to evaluate or respond to every statement. To be clear, the State Department has never used such terminology. We are committed to promoting respect for human rights in Israel and the West Bank, the Gaza Strip. We have an enduring partnership with Israel, and we discuss a wide range of issues with the Israeli government, and that includes human rights. We discuss them with Israel just as we do with every other partner around the world. We continue to emphasize to both Israel and to the Palestinian Authority the need to refrain from unilateral action that exacerbates tension. This includes annexation of territory, it includes settlement activity, it includes demolitions, it includes incitement to violence, it includes support for terrorism, and that includes providing compensation to individuals imprisoned for acts of terrorism.
Well, let me ask you about this specific case. There is a Palestinian feminist and leader and known leftist, Khalid al-Jarrar, who's been in and out of prison for the past 10 years. There are never any charges. She's a Palestinian legislator. She's guilty of being a lefty or maybe even a communist. And she's boisterous in her speech and so on. But that's why she's put in prison. Well, yesterday, she's in prison now. She's supposed to be let out next October. Yesterday, her daughter died. She's 30 years old. They are preventing her from joining in the funeral. Would you call on the Israelis to allow her to go and be in the funeral procession of her daughter?
Said, I'm not in a position to weigh in on the merits of any particular case today. Again, what the point I've made before is the operative one, that whether it is our Israeli partners, whether it's a partner around the world, we consistently raise human rights. We also, importantly, remain committed to in seeing to it that Palestinians are able to live equally in peace, in security, in dignity. That is incredibly important to us. It is really at the foundation of our approach to this conflict. The idea that both Israelis and Palestinians deserve equal measures of these elements, of these very important elements. And it is why, as you've seen, we have already begun to reestablish that partnership with the Palestinian people. We are moving ahead with reestablishing our ties with the Palestinian Authority. Of course, Secretary Blinken has had an opportunity not only to speak with President Abbas, but also to meet in person with him. As you know, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Hadi Amr is in the region right now. He is meeting with, and will be meeting in the coming days with Israeli officials, with Palestinian officials, but also with elements of civil society. And his interaction and his forthcoming meetings with elements of civil society are important to us because that is what we know needs to be empowered through all of this. And so Deputy Assistant Secretary Amr will have a series of meetings where we'll be able to push forward with some of this important work.
We understand, but on this issue of administrative detention, which is practiced by Israel time and time and time again, without any charge. I mean, when people are charged with something, that is clear. But they keep arresting people, and sometimes they go on for 20 years, 15 years under administrative detention. Doesn't that bother you as a basic violation of a very basic human right?
Said, we have spoken about administrative detention before. We have made clear that whether it's our closest friends or other partners around the world, we don't shy away from raising issues of human rights. In the case of Israelis and Palestinians, again, our policy is predicated on the idea that Palestinians deserve equal measures of freedom, of safety, of security, and dignity. And this gets to your question. Yes, please.
Thank you for taking my question. So the Chinese government came out strongly against Secretary Blinken's statement regarding the 5th anniversary of the International Tribunal's ruling on China's at The Hague, China's expansive claims in South China Sea. It was Foreign Ministry spokesman Zhao Lijian called the ruling a waste of paper. So my question is, would it be easier for the U.S. State Department to push its position on this ruling if the U.S. government ratifies UNCLOS, the UN Convention on the Law of the Seas? And so, and with that, and further to that question, is there an effort underway within the U.S. government to ratify UNCLOS? Is it under consideration? Is it a priority for this administration to ratify it?
Well, the point I would make is that since UNCLOS was adopted, every U.S. administration has recognized its provisions on traditional uses of the ocean as reflecting customary international law, and has recognized that the United States would abide by UNCLOS with respect to traditional uses of the sea. And that includes the assertion of rights in maritime spaces. Now, for the PRC is a state party to UNCLOS. The PRC has agreed to abide by compulsory dispute settlement with regard to arbitration. But by ignoring the 2016 Arbitral Tribunal ruling on the South China Sea and dismissing it, as you said, as a mere scrap of paper, Beijing is in clear violation of its obligations under UNCLOS. Look, for us, this is not a question of the United States against the People's Republic of China or any other country. For us, this is an affirmative policy of the free and open Indo-Pacific, and beyond that, the rules-based international system that every country in the world, big and small, has an obligation to abide by. So again, when it comes to territorial claims, for example, the United States doesn't take a position on that. When it comes to these maritime claims, we do endorse the unanimous, decisive ruling that was put forward by the Arbitral Council. So if you want to ask about which country is being more faithful to the principles that undergird UNCLOS, I think you have a pretty clear answer.
But it is or is not a commitment of this administration to get the Senate to ratify it?
I don't have an update for you on potential Senate ratification, but again, every administration since UNCLOS has gone into effect has abided by its core underlying principles. Nadia. And Nadia, while I'm thinking of it, you asked earlier about ISIS. I'm happy to offer some context there and perhaps save my colleagues some response. The Secretary had an opportunity guess it was late last month, to travel to Italy and to join his Italian counterpart, Luigi Di Maio, as a co-host of the de-ISIS coalition ministerial. And that coalition remains critically important to our efforts. And the coalition, we heard in Italy, is united in its determination to see ISIS destroyed. On that, the global coalition has destroyed 100% of ISIS's fraudulent territorial so-called caliphate. The ISIS leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, of course, is no longer with us. We have heard a clear determination from the global coalition to see to it that ISIS won't be allowed to reconstitute that territorial caliphate. Through our diplomatic efforts, this global coalition has continued to grow and now stands at, I believe, 83 members. There are 78 countries and 5 international organizations. And this includes a broad swath of regions, 26 members from Africa and Asia as well. And we continue to expand that partnership and cooperation against a common enemy. Of course, that is not to say that ISIS does not continue to pose a threat, and we have continued to work through the coalition, bilaterally, multilaterally, and other forms, to provide support to our partners in the Middle East, in Africa, who are facing these horrific attacks from the terrorist group.
Thank you for that. I have 2 questions on Iran and Yemen. On Iran, Iran Foreign Minister Mr. Jawad Zarif said that the talks in Vienna is nearing an end, and apparently he gave a very comprehensive report to the Shura Council talking about what he called the illegal U.S. sanctions and the impact on the oil and on the banking sectors. Does the administration share his view that actually the talks are about to be concluded and you're going to reach an agreement? What is he basing his assessment on?
I cannot speak to what he's basing his assessment on. I can speak to our where we stand on this, and that is that Special Envoy Mali and his team are prepared to return to Vienna for a 7th round of talks as soon as they are scheduled. Look, questions about when or whether Iran would be prepared to start a 7th round or reach an understanding on mutual return to the JCPOA, those can only be addressed by Tehran. They can't be routed here. We've made very clear that we are prepared to return to a 7th round. Again, we're not imposing a deadline on these talks, but Secretary Blinken has made the point, I've made the point from here as well, that we are conscious that as time proceeds, Iran's nuclear advances will have a bearing on our view of ultimately returning to the JCPOA. So again, we stand ready to resume negotiations. We continue to believe that diplomacy is the most effective means at our disposal to achieve what we seek, and that is verifiably and permanently ensuring that Iran can never acquire a nuclear weapon.
And on Yemen, quickly, can you brief us on what's the latest the administration is doing to encourage the Houthis to come back to the negotiation table? There was a time when Mr. Linder King will go to the region very often, and there was some encouraging sign, but now it seems to be silent. So are these talks are kind of hitting a dead end? Would you say that?
I'm sorry, what was the final part of your question?
The talks, are they hitting a dead end? Are we not going anywhere in any direction?
No, absolutely not. And Special Envoy Linder King and his team continue to work very closely with the UN Special Envoy, continue to work very closely with our partners in the region. Of course, last week Special Envoy Linder King met with the Saudi Deputy Minister of Defense. He has recently undertaken a series of meetings to continue this diplomatic push. There is a serious proposal on the table. The Houthis are the ones who, despite these constructive ideas that have been put forward, the Houthis are the ones who continue to perpetrate these horrifying attacks, including on Yemeni civilians. Just in Marib on late last month, June 29th, the horrific attack that took the life of a child. We also know that the Houthi offensive only exacerbates the humanitarian crisis that Yemen is in right now. We are supporting this diplomacy as a means to bring about an end to this long-running conflict, but also knowing that this diplomacy is the most effective means to mitigate and to ease the humanitarian burden on the Yemeni people. And so we are working urgently. Special Envoy Linder King is working urgently. We know that our partners in the UN are doing the same, and will continue to do that with a combination of both carrots and sticks. And as you know, we continue to apply pressure to the Houthis in the context of both domestic and international sanctions. Just on June 10th, we sanctioned 12 individuals and entities and a vessel related to international network used to facilitate the provision of, I believe it is, millions of dollars to Houthis in cooperation with the Quds Force. This was in addition to the designation in May of 2 Houthi leaders, both of whom have played a significant role in this offensive against Marib. So our message is very clear. The Houthis need to show us that they are serious about diplomacy, and they can do that by ceasing this offensive and by easing the humanitarian plight on their own people. And this is something we've been working very concertedly with our partners and allies towards. Yes, Tracy.
Thank you. Haiti question?
Sure.
The Secretary again reiterated the importance of elections before the end of the year. Elections have never solved Haiti's problems, ever. So I'm just wondering if you could explain to me the thinking behind this imperative that there be elections to settle Haiti.
I would start with the proposition that for us, this is about institutions. It's about Haiti's institutions. We continue to support the Haitian people and their constitution, knowing that the constitution needs to be an enduring framework for what happens next. And so, yes, in our view, there need to be free and fair elections. They need to happen this year. Legislative elections, presidential elections, pursuant to the Haitian Constitution. And that is precisely why we have continued to support them. We have continued even in recent hours. And as you know, there was an interagency delegation that was in Port-au-Prince yesterday. It included representation from the Department of State. And the delegation continued to encourage Haiti's political actors and its stakeholders to build an inclusive Haitian consensus to peacefully navigate and overcome this crisis. And to do that, we continue to believe that what needs to govern this is the Haitian Constitution and Haiti's institutions, and ultimately in an effort to bolster Haiti's democracy. Yes, Stefan. Haiti still, or Haiti?
Could I just ask about the security assistance aspect of that? That's something that apparently was discussed yesterday. Is there any time frame for the administration to make a decision on potential security assistance? What if anything, could be on the cards?
Sure. So our immediate focus, and this was a focus of the delegation that was in Port-au-Prince yesterday, is determining the assistance that Haiti may need with this investigation. And after close consultation with Haitian officials in recent days, and again on Sunday, we believe our focus should be assisting the Haitian government with navigating the investigation into the assassination of President Moïse, determining who's culpable, and supporting the Haitian government as it seeks justice in this case. And FBI and DHS officials have also traveled to Port-au-Prince. They're working to determine what assistance the United States can provide to the Haitian government in its time of need. The delegation that was there yesterday did commit to support the Haitian people in the aftermath of the assassination. That includes with a review of security of critical infrastructure with Haitian government officials. So we've been in close contact with Haitian government officials. We are reviewing the requests for assistance that they have sent in, and we're also doing our own assessment of what would be most beneficial to the people of Haiti.
Just briefly, one more thing on Haiti. The Americans there who have been accused of the assassination, is there any update on consular access or any type of view about whether about their treatment and whether they're culpable?
So we are aware of the detention of a third U.S. citizen. We continue to monitor the situation closely. As in all cases, we will provide appropriate consular services to detained U.S. citizens. Obviously, privacy considerations preclude us from saying much more, but I do suspect that once we have had access to all 3 American citizens who are detained, we'll be in a position to confirm that.
Speaking of detained U.S. citizens, there was a verdict in a sentence handed down in Jordan today against 2 people, one of whom is an American citizen. I'm wondering if you have anything to say
Well,
about
we
that.
are closely monitoring the case of Bassem Awadallah in Jordan. We take seriously any allegation of abuse, and we always emphasize the importance of respecting fair trial guarantees, humane treatment. We're providing all appropriate consular assistance in line with our commitment to assisting U.S. citizens abroad. We have, in fact, visited Mr. Awadallah 5 times since April of this year. The most recent visit occurred just a few days ago on July 11th.
Right, but that doesn't speak to the actual verdict and sentence, which is what I'm asking you about.
I don't have any comment on the verdict, but as I've said before, we always emphasize, and this goes back to Saeed's question earlier, the importance of fair trials and guarantees of humane treatment around the world.
The journalist in Morocco who you talked about at the very beginning, right, is he an American citizen?
I don't have any indication he's an American citizen.
And yet you have a position on the verdict in that case, but none in this. So what do we read into that? You think that the guy in Jordan could be guilty?
Each case is different.
I know. So that's why I'm asking you why you don't have anything to say about the verdict.
We are going to speak based on the facts and the circumstances as they are known to us. But obviously these cases are.
Does that mean that you're not clear on the facts and circumstances of Mr. Adwal's case?
I think what is very clear to us is that journalists, and hopefully everyone here can agree with this, don't belong behind bars.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm not talking about the Morocco case. I'm talking about the case in Jordan. Is it the case that in this situation you do not have all the facts, or you're not clear enough on the facts and circumstances of the verdict of the trial that you're not clear enough so that you can't render an opinion?
What is fair to say is that when the facts and the circumstances are clear to us, and when we determine that we can best move the ball forward by speaking publicly, we will never hesitate to do that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Back in 2015, July 2015, when relations were restored, and President Obama said that it was the policy of sanctions and so on was a failed policy, and then there was a great deal of hope and so on. But then the preceding administration collapsed all that hope down. But you guys seem to be following the same kind of policy as the previous administration. What are you doing, let's say, to show people that there are actually, there are benefits to good governance and all that stuff?
I certainly would not say that we are following the previous policy, the policy of the previous administration. As you know, our Cuba policy is under review, but importantly, and I think this is a pivotal distinction, our policy, as you heard from the Secretary, it focuses on the well-being of the Cuban people. And at the center of that policy are democracy and our human rights. And what we are assessing in the context of that policy review is how the United States can best support the aspirations of the Cuban people. So, that policy review remains ongoing. It is something, the issue of human rights on the island is very important to us, and we're seeing yesterday and today in the streets all throughout Cuba that it is very important, as you might expect, to the Cuban people as well. And as we undertake this review, at the center of that review will be the welfare and the well-being of those Cuban people.
That's exactly what the previous previous administration said their policy was towards Cuba. Right?
Again, we haven't spoken. We haven't
So
spoken.
until your review is complete, why is Saeed incorrect in saying that you're doing the exact same thing that the Trump administration did?
Well, he was speaking of our policies towards Cuba, and and again,
you haven't changed the previous administration's policies, right? So until that review is complete, you're doing the same thing.
well,
right?
I can assure you that we are going about this.
You're doing the same thing as the previous administration did, right? You haven't changed the policy.
We have not announced our Cuba policy, but what we have said is that democracy and human rights are at the center of it. Connor.
Just on that, does the administration still consider Cuba a state sponsor of terrorism?
There's been no change. As you know, the state sponsor of terrorism list is it's evaluated and the report is released once a year. When we have a new report to release, we'll do that.
So that's part of the policy review in general for Cuba policy.
We are always reviewing issues of state sponsorship for countries around the world pursuant to the requirement to put forward the state sponsor of terrorism list. Our review of Cuba and Cuba policy, it is taking place in parallel to that. Thank you. I think that is a fair characterization.
Do you have time for one?
Sure. One last question.
Ethiopia.
Yeah.
The election results came out this past weekend. The United States has voiced concern previously about the atmosphere in which the elections were to be held. What's your view on the election results? Do you think they confer legitimacy on Prime Minister Abiy?
Well, the Secretary himself has spoken to this. It was late last month, June 21st, he issued a statement noting that the elections took place against the backdrop of grave instability, including increasing interethnic and intercommunal conflicts, and an electoral process that was not free or fair for all Ethiopians. The boycott of the elections by opposition parties, the detention of vocal political leaders, the ongoing violence in multiple parts of the country. Look, all of this underscores the need to launch an inclusive effort to build a national consensus on the governance of Ethiopia that importantly preserves the sovereignty and the unity of the state and strengthens rather than undermines the constitutional order. In this period following the election, it's critical that Ethiopians come together to confront growing divisions. We urge politicians and community leaders to reject violence and to refrain from inciting others to violence. And we'll be watching the situation very carefully going forward. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
This is what you've been training for. Your art cootery, your brunch shootery. Your friends all had the same idea. Fresh groceries and more. Free same-day delivery. Walmart Plus.
And now to Cuba, where thousands marched across several cities yesterday in some of the biggest anti-government demonstrations on the island nation in decades. People took to the streets protesting food shortages and high prices as the country suffers through a crippling economic crisis, exacerbated by the pandemic. So Manuel Bojorquez is in Miami, where demonstrators also came out this weekend in a show of solidarity with Cuban protesters. Manny, good morning. What's going on?
Yeah, good morning to you. We're standing outside of Versailles restaurant. This is typically the epicenter of demonstrations and rallies here in Miami's Little Havana neighborhood, and last night was no different. Thousands came out here to support those protesters in Cuba, and while the demonstrations here may be commonplace, what's happening in Cuba is not only rare, but historic.
Thousands of protesters gathered in communities around Havana and across the island nation, shouting freedom and we are not afraid. Although protests began peacefully, they soon took a more violent turn as police and special forces moved in later on to break up the demonstrations. President Miguel Díaz-Canel himself made an appearance at one protest and spoke with some of the citizens who confronted him. Demonstrators here say they are fed up by food shortages, rising prices, collapsing infrastructure, and the government's response to a rising number of COVID-19 infections. On Saturday, Cuba recorded nearly 7,000 new cases. On Cuban television, Díaz-Canel blamed the protest on the U.S. and its trade embargo for a severe impact on Cuba's recent economic downturn.
The Trump administration passed many more regulations, many more sanctions against it, which basically has cut off all income coming into Cuba.
Portia Siegelbaum is a CBS News producer based in Cuba.
I think the Biden administration, he at least said at the beginning he was going to review this policy and make changes, but nothing has happened.
Several politicians have expressed their support for the people of Cuba and those protesters, including Cuban-American Senator Marco Rubio. As one defector told our CBS Miami affiliate, seeing those protests was, quote, magical. Anne-Marie?
Well, speaking of that, do we know what the latest is on the ground in Cuba now?
That's something we will have to monitor. We don't know at this point whether those protests will be allowed to continue, as you saw that there were already government pushback against those demonstrations. So today will be a day to see maybe who has been arrested, how those people are being treated, whether the internet is being restored on the island because it was knocked out in several parts as those demonstrations were happening. So there are a lot of questions, of course, about what's happening there. But you can imagine that here in Miami, these people who have come out here to support those protesters may be out here again expressing their support.
Yeah, let me ask you about that. You know, you point out that the restaurant where you're at is sort of the epicenters of the heartbeat of the Cuban community there. What was the atmosphere like when people were taking to the streets in Miami over the weekend?
Yeah, it was just teeming with people out here. Police had to actually shut down Calle Ocho, the main street that goes through Little Havana, because there were so many people here last night. Of course, everything peaceful, but doing everything they can to try to bring attention to the plight of those people in Cuba. Many of the people here not only have relatives there, many of them fled the island themselves, escaping the communist regime there. So they have a lot of passion attached to this. It's very personal and deeply ingrained in them that when they see just a sliver of protest on the island where dissent is not tolerated, they want to come out here and really just fan those flames to keep that message going out there.
So any response at all from U.S. officials? Has the Biden administration addressed the crisis or the sanctions originally imposed by the Trump administration, which, you know, as we heard from the correspondent there, is, or producer rather, is adding to the economic crisis?
That's right. That's one of the things we have not heard from the Biden administration is a solid or detailed plan about how to deal with Cuba. As you referenced there, the Trump administration rolled back many of the reopenings that had started under the Obama administration. So we're waiting to hear more from the Biden administration today. So far, we have not seen the president directly respond to the protests in Cuba. We have seen other officials with the State Department come out and say that they support the ability for people to gather peacefully, to demand freedom, and that they would decry any attempt by the Cuban regime to use violence to suppress those protests. So we're expecting possibly to hear more today from the Biden administration about not only how they view the protests that are currently happening there, but at some point people are going to start demanding a more solid plan, more details about how they will deal with Cuba.
So it's not surprising that the administration in Cuba would, blame the sanctions for the current economic crisis. But I think this tweet was sort of surprising from Cuba's Director General for U.S. Affairs. He slammed the U.S. State Department and its officials on Twitter. And the quote was, for promoting social and political instability in Cuba, and that Cuba is and will continue to be a peaceful country contrary to the U.S. Any reaction to that tweet?
Well, that's been kind of the line down in Cuba as far as the government there is concerned. They believe that many of these protesters are either being paid by people here in the United States or essentially being thrust out there on the streets by people in the United States who want to foment some social change there. But if you talk to anybody here in Miami, they'll tell you, no, these people are just fed up, and the pandemic has done nothing but worsen the situation there that many blame, of course, on the socialist policies of the island. So we'll like I said, we'll have to wait and see what additional responses come today from the U.S. government against not only what the regime may be carrying out right now on the island as far as any backlash for those protesters, but to see whether other protests do indeed happen today.
Indeed. Manny, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're calling this the new $1 million stimulus program. It's a brand new program that is paying qualified.
Folks, I want to start by recognizing the remarkable protests that are taking place in Cuba. With the Cuban people demanding their freedom from an authoritarian regime. And I don't think we've seen anything like this protest in a long, long time, if quite frankly ever. The United States stands firmly with the people of Cuba as they assert their universal rights, and we call on the government of Cuba to refrain from violence or attempts to silence the voice of the people of Cuba. And we're also closely following the developments in Haiti in the wake of the horrific assassination of the president that recently took place. The people of Haiti deserve peace and security, and Haiti's political leaders need to come together for the good of their country. Over the weekend, I dispatched a high-level expert delegation to assess the situation and to determine where the United States can offer our support. And finally, as a close neighbor and friend of the people of both Cuba and Haiti, The United States stands ready to continue to provide assistance, and I'll have more for you as we move on. But the purpose of the meeting today is we've convened a group of law enforcement and other community leaders, including mayors of our cities. One, to thank them for their service because we owe them big time. Second, hear directly from each of them about reducing violent crime, and particularly gun violence in their communities. Last month, I met with a similar group to unveil my comprehensive strategy to do just that. And it's been I guess I look at the Attorney General. We've been at this a long time. A long time. Seems like most of my career I've been dealing with this issue. While there's no one-size-fits-all approach, we know there are some things that work, and the first of those that work is stemming the flow of firearms used to commit violent crimes. And you and I have talked about this, Mayor, before. And it includes cracking down on holding rogue gun dealers accountable for violating the federal law. It includes the Justice Department creating 5 new strike forces to crack down on illegal gun trafficking, and the Carters supplying weapons to cities of New York, from New York to the Bay Area. Secondly, is supporting local law enforcement with federal support they need. Our strategy provides including funding for law enforcement through the American Rescue Plan for states, cities, and to be able to hire police and pay them overtime in order to advance community policing. Third, our plan invests in community violence and intervention. What we want to do is, when we know we utilize trusted community members and encourage more community policing, we can intervene before the violence erupts. At least that's been the consensus in our experience. And community violence intervention programs have shown to reduce crime in some cities by up to 60%. Fourthly, our strategy to fund other vital services like mental health and substance abuse disorder programs, job training, and summer job programs. And this is going to help prevent crime and support young people to pick up a paycheck instead of a pistol. And fifth, our strategy helps formerly incarcerated people successfully re-enter society with housing, jobs, and training, other support that up to now has been denied them. Somebody gets out of jail right now after serving their time, they get a bus ticket and $25. They end up under the same bridge they left. And we know this will help. This will make us all safer. The American Rescue Plan funds programs to help get job training, apprenticeships, and work experience so they can gain stability and security and a chance for a better life. There's a lot more to my strategy, but that's at the core. It's about coordinating at a federal, state, and local level. That's what ultimately we're going to talk about today. We recognize that we have to come together to fulfill the first responsibility of a democracy. That's to keep each other safe. And that's what the American people are looking for when it comes to reducing violent crime and gun violence. And I think this group is illustrative of what we need to get put together. And I want to thank them for being here, and I'm going to look forward to hearing from them, because I'm going to be asking them what they think we should be doing in the federal level. So thank you very much, and we'll have more to say as we move on. Thank you.
Mr. President, will you be ready? Mr. President, will you be ready to
making any changes to the embargo in Cuba?
Will you be ready to change Trump's reversal in Cuba, Mr. President?
We are going to have more to say about Cuba and Haiti as the week goes on, and so stay tuned. Thank you.
This is a full 3 months of food without needing any refrigeration or special storage. And you're looking at our long-awaited 3-month
Havana-based freelance journalist Ed Augustin joins me now from Cuba. Ed, thanks so much for being with us. Can you describe what you're seeing now and hearing from people there? The protests yesterday were simply astounding, amazing.
Yeah, yesterday I was out in downtown Havana the whole day, and I witnessed thousands of protesters in the central part of Havana who were out demanding change, demanding that the communist government stand down. And their main gripe, their main grievance was privations. These are people that for a very long time, but particularly since the pandemic, have become used to having to live on small food rations, are used to empty shelves in both supermarkets and pharmacies, and increasingly used to power cuts, the water going out. And so it was really that the underlying complaint of people was that they're fed up with waiting in line and economic privation. The protest started in various points of the island in the morning. They arrived in Havana yesterday early afternoon, and by and these protests, some were pacific in character, others were violent. I saw confrontations between protesters picking up paving slabs and hurling them at a policeman. One policeman was hit by a paving slab in the face. Police responded with batons and I'm seeing videos now. The internet's cut at the moment in Cuba, but of ammunition. I'm not sure if that was live or not. Later on in the afternoon, the state mobilized. The army was on the street, and also people who supported the state, who support the Cuban government, came out in their thousands as well, showing their support of what they see as a revolutionary project that's worth protecting. Right now, in Havana at least, the internet remains cut, and a tense calm has descended on the city, while in key points around the city, state security and police are out in force, trying to show an appearance of normality.
And as to what really triggered this, because the sanctions, the U.S. sanctions, have been crushing for years, but you're suggesting that under COVID, the privation reached a breaking point for these people. Were there a lot of people jailed as well? How harsh was the government crackdown on these protests?
In terms of a government crackdown, yeah, I can confirm that hundreds of people were jailed, and there was violence both sides, from the protesters towards the state authorities, and from state authorities towards, and from the state, with police, mainly police, but also state security, plainclothes police officers, towards the protests. And so I've been reporting in Cuba for 8 years. I've never seen protests of this scale. I've never seen violence on this scale. I think in terms of why it's happening now, I'd give two reasons. First of all, it's economic. Cuba, no country in modern history has been sanctioned for as long as Cuba. Cuba has been under sanctions since 1960 by the United States. Those sanctions were very, very much increased under the Trump administration, and the Biden administration to date has not removed any of those sanctions. And so this is a long-standing pressure cooker strategy, which has as its aim the idea to suffocate the Cuban economy, to provoke discontent, to overthrow the government. So that's the context in terms of the sanctions. And as you alluded to, the pandemic has made things far worse. All Caribbean countries are highly reliant on tourism revenue. Cuba is no exception. And especially Havana, we're seeing that play out. And so that's one of the reasons. The other big factor here changing things is the internet. The protest started both in an eastern city and a western city in the morning, and news of that swept to Havana, so that by early afternoon people started coming out. In years gone by, when there were protests in towns and cities at other points in Cuba, people simply wouldn't know. So we're seeing the mass rollout of the internet, with millions of people now connected in Cuba, changing the social complexion and the political realities on the ground here.
Thanks so much, Ed Augustin in Havana.
Did you know that the average adult has 5 to 20 pounds of toxic poop in their body at
You've been selected. We need old roofs to replace for our upcoming promotion, and you've been selected to participate. Click the link below this video before tonight for full details and to submit your home. We need metal roof installation jobs on short notice to feature in upcoming promotions, and you've been selected to submit your home. If your home meets our marketing needs, we'll make it worth your while. But don't wait. This is an immediate opportunity. Click the link at the bottom of this video now to submit your home.
Everybody in? Okay. Folks, I want to start by recognizing the remarkable protests that are taking place in Cuba, with the Cuban people demanding their freedom from an authoritarian regime. And I don't think we've seen anything like this protest in a long, long time, if quite frankly ever. The United States stands firmly with the people of Cuba as they assert their universal rights. And we call on the government of Cuba to refrain from violence or attempts to silence the voice of the people of Cuba. And we're also closely following the developments in Haiti in the wake of the horrific assassination of the president that recently took place. The people of Haiti deserve peace and security, and Haiti's political leaders need to come together for the good of their country. Over the weekend, I dispatched a high-level expert delegation to assess the situation and to determine where the United States can offer our support. And finally, as a close neighbor and friend of the people of both Cuba and Haiti, the United States stands ready to continue to provide assistance, and I'll have more for you as we move on. But the purpose of the meeting today is we've convened a group of law enforcement and other community leaders, including mayors of our cities. One, to thank them for their service, because we owe them big time. Second, hear directly from each of them about reducing violent crime, and particularly gun violence in their communities. Last month, I met with a similar group to unveil my comprehensive strategy to do just that. And it's been I guess I look at the Attorney General. We've been at this a long time. Seems like most of my career I've been dealing with this issue. Well, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. We know there are some things that work, and the first of those that works is stemming the flow of firearms used to commit violent crimes. And you and I have talked about this, Mayor, before. And it includes cracking down on holding rogue gun dealers accountable for violating the federal law. It includes the Justice Department creating 5 new strike forces to crack down on illegal gun trafficking, and the Carters supplying weapons to cities of New York, from New York to the Bay Area. Secondly, is supporting local law enforcement with federal support they need. Our strategy provides, including funding for law enforcement through the American Rescue Plan for states, cities, and to be able to hire police and pay them overtime in order to advance community policing. Third, our plan invests in community violence and intervention. What we want to do is, when we know we utilize trusted community members and encourage more community policing, we can intervene before the violence erupts. At least that's been the consensus in our experience. And community violence intervention programs have shown to reduce crime in some cities by up to 60%. Fourthly, our strategy to fund other vital services, like mental health and substance abuse disorder programs, job training, and summer job programs. And this is going to help prevent crime and support young people to pick up a paycheck instead of a pistol. And fifth, our strategy helps formerly incarcerated people successfully re-enter society with housing, jobs, and training, and other support that up to now has been denied them. Somebody gets out of jail right now after serving their time, they get a bus ticket and $25. They end up under the same bridge they left. And we know this will help. This will make us all safer. And the American Rescue Plan funds programs to help get job training, apprenticeships, and work experience so they can gain stability and security and a chance for a better life. There's a lot more to my strategy, but that's at the core. It's about coordinating at a federal, state, and local level. That's what ultimately we're going to talk about today. We recognize that we have to come together to fulfill the first responsibility of a democracy, that's to keep each other safe. And that's what the American people are looking for when it comes to reducing violent crime and gun violence. And I think this group is illustrative of what we need to get put together. And I want to thank them for being here, and I'm going to look forward to hearing from them because I'm going to be asking them what they think we should be doing at the federal level. So thank you very much, and we'll have more to say as we move on. Thank you.
Mr. President, would you consider changing the embargo on Cuba? Would you consider making any changes to the embargo on Cuba?
Will you be ready to change Trump's reversal in Cuba, Mr. President?
We are going to have more to say about Cuba and Haiti as the week goes on, and so stay tuned. Thank you.
Are you sending troops to Haiti, Mr. President?
Thank you.
We're calling this the new $1 million stimulus program. It's a brand new program that is paying qualified homeowners over $2,039 after install to get solar panels and a Generac backup battery installed.
Thousands taking to the street of Havana and at least 14 other cities in protest over the weekend, demanding an end to the 62-year dictatorship and protesting the lack of food and COVID vaccines. They were the biggest protests in decades in a country with tight police control and surveillance on dissidents. Demonstrators attempted to broadcast the protests live with their cell phones, but Cuba's authorities cut internet service on multiple occasions. Yesterday, NBC News reported that streets of Havana were quiet overnight, and there was a heavy military and police presence. There were also pro-government groups in the streets in sections of the city where protesters clashed with the police earlier yesterday.
And the eyes of the world are on Cuba. The world now can see clearly the true face of the Cuban government. I have been in contact with the U.S. Department of State, and they are monitoring the peaceful protests in Cuba. We are asking Miamians to peacefully protest and to avoid any incidents of violence, and are urging them to understand that there may be provocateurs from the Castro regime who may be looking to create confrontations. The regime must end now. It is not negotiable. The Cuban people on the streets are demanding the end of the regime, and we must not betray them. We ask the national police and the armed forces in Cuba to support the people.
Buy the Baxter bag from WM. It's a dumpster in a bag. Fill it with up to 3,300 pounds of household debris. At half the size of a large dumpster, it's perfect for do-it-yourselfers. You fill it up, we pick it up, whenever you're ready. From cleanups to renovations. Buy, fill, gone. Available online and at home improvement retailers.
Wait, before you scroll away, you need to hear this. Republicans across the country are moving fast to enact massive voter suppression laws and bring about Jim Crow 2.0. I urgently need you to join me in the fight to protect voting rights from this assault on our right to vote, by signing this petition before the deadline closes.
Havana-based freelance journalist Ed Augustin joins me now from Cuba. Ed, thanks so much for being with us. Can you describe...
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, are we in a quorum call?
Yes, we are.
I'd ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank
the
you,
U.S.
Madam
gained
President.
Pakistan.
Ahead of the last work period, Senator Schumer, the majority leader, outlined his designed to fail agenda. He forecast a series of votes on legislation that stood zero chance of actually passing. Legislation to exploit the cause of pay fairness, to line the pockets of trial lawyers, to erode Americans' Second Amendment rights, to force schools and hospitals to comply with woke social norms, and of course the marquee bill, a partisan takeover of our elections. It was obvious from the outset that this agenda wasn't designed to achieve results. It takes bipartisanship. It takes rolling up your sleeve and working to build bipartisan consensus to get things done in the Senate, especially so in an equally divided Senate as we have now. So rather than put forward a number of bills that would earn that sort of bipartisan support and actually pass, Senator Schumer chose to spend most of the Senate's time last month putting on a show for the so-called progressive base of his party. And I expect even more political theater this month. So in the next few weeks, we're told our Democratic colleagues will put their dual-track legislative approach to the test. One of those tracks will include a heavy dose of bipartisanship, and it's something I applaud. Contrary to public opinion, Republicans and Democrats in the Senate spend a lot of time working together. So far this year, we've worked together to counter threats from China, support small businesses impacted by the pandemic, and combat the increase in hate crimes against Asian Americans. We've done all of that together in a bipartisan way. Bipartisan solutions are also being crafted to address other major issues, from the border crisis to drug pricing to police reform. In the coming weeks, the Senate is expected to vote on one of those bipartisan agreements, that is to rebuild and maintain our nation's infrastructure. The process that brought us to this point certainly has been a roller coaster. After weeks of back and forth negotiation, the group of more than 20 senators reached an agreement with the White House just last month. But here's when things got very strange. Within minutes of the announcement, the president himself put the fate of that agreement into question. He said he wouldn't sign the bill unless Democrats paired it with a multi-trillion-dollar reconciliation bill that will include a smorgasbord of leftist spending priorities and trillions in higher taxes and more debt for Americans. Talk about whiplash. Both Republicans and Democrats were caught off guard. That hadn't been part of the discussions or negotiation. That isn't what they said they agreed to. Well, the reversal and unexpected announcement from the president that even though they were announcing a deal, they didn't have a deal, it prompted a weekend press cleanup. And the president issued a lengthy statement clarifying that it was not a veto threat. But we have no reason to suspect that the larger sentiment has changed. In a letter to his Democratic colleagues last Friday, the majority leader, Senator Schumer, said the Senate will consider both the bipartisan deal on infrastructure and the partisan budget resolution with reconciliation instructions. The bipartisan deal is very much tied to the fate of a completely partisan reconciliation bill, notwithstanding President Biden's cleanup after his unexpected announcement at the White House. Madam President, our Democratic colleagues don't have to listen to me, but I do believe they would be wise to avoid this path. They already went on a nearly $2 trillion spending binge earlier this year and sidelined every single Republican in the Congress during the process. They tried to bill this ultra-partisan legislation as COVID-19 relief, but we all know that only about 10% of the bill was directly related to the pandemic, and only 1% was tied to vaccinating the American people. The rest, 90%, was exactly the type of thing you'd expect to see in a bill that has only the support of our Democratic colleagues: funding for climate justice, backdoor money for Planned Parenthood, and more funding for state and local governments than they know what to do with. Blue states are using that money to pay down old debts with the funding. Our Democratic colleagues claim that that money was necessary for pandemic relief, but that's not what it's being used for. So how are we faring after Democrats passed this bill? Did the American Rescue Plan truly rescue America? Well, when it comes to the virus, the answer is clearly no. As I said, only a small portion of this massive spending supported our fight against COVID-19. When this bill was signed into law, the majority of frontline workers had already been vaccinated, and vaccine workers were vaccine makers were working as quickly as possible to supply the rest of the American people who wanted them with shots. Today, 2/3 of adults in America have received at least one dose of the vaccine, 2/3. That progress came because of the bipartisan work that happened last year, not this year. And this legislation certainly didn't rescue our already sluggish economy. In fact, it's created more hurdles for our economy. Democrats created an incentive for workers to remain on the sidelines of the labor market through the end of September by offering enhanced federal bonuses to state unemployment. For example, businesses of all types have struggled to find willing workers. For every industry from hospitality to retail to manufacturing to energy, help wanted signs can be found everywhere across my state. And we're not alone. One restaurant owner said the government has been his biggest competitor when it comes to finding workers. The labor squeeze has become so tight that half of the states, including Texas, ended the supplemental unemployment benefits early because they were not compensating people who couldn't work or couldn't find work, but paying people more than they would earn if they did work when jobs were readily available. And those are just the problems that have been created with the labor market. Families across the country have felt the sting of inflation as they've paid higher prices on everything from gasoline to groceries. This is exactly the scenario outlined by economists across the country, including those who call themselves Democrats. People like Larry Summers, who served as Treasury Secretary under President Clinton and Director of National Economic Council under President Obama. He was among the first to warn about inflation or rising costs for consumers. And boy, you must have thought he was a skunk at the garden party. You think this might serve as a lesson to our Democratic colleagues about shoveling money out the door as fast as they can, even when it creates massive debt and the threat of more inflation? But here we are once again. Our Democratic colleagues are preparing to spend trillions more dollars on top of the trillions of dollars we've already spent on a bipartisan basis to combat the virus, but then afterwards to spend more money on their chosen political priorities and not on the pandemic. So they want to now add additional trillions of dollars to that debt and to that spending, risking even more dangerous and volatile inflation. The details of what this round of spending might look like are still coming together, but we know if Chairman of the Budget Committee, Bernie Sanders, has his wish, that the price tag could come out as high as $6 trillion more. $6 trillion is a quarter of our gross domestic product. If you convert our country's World War II spending to today's dollar, it only comes out to $4.4 trillion. So the Democratic chairman of the Budget Committee wants to spend more money than we spent to defeat Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan during World War II. But I want to be clear about another thing. This so-called human infrastructure plan, which is just made-up words indicating that they're trying to mask the reality of what they want to spend money on. It's not about bridges and roads. It's not about broadband, things that we all understand are truly infrastructure. It's about a long list of political spending preferences. And it certainly can't be compared to spending the money we needed in order to win World War II. That, for example, they want to spend trillions and trillions of dollars more on Medicare expansion, electric vehicle chargers, home-based care, free college, and a long list of liberal priorities. We're happy to debate those, but not to jam them in a $6 trillion spending package. And all of this spending would be in addition to the more than $1 trillion bipartisan infrastructure bill that apparently is currently being drafted. I know we've been talking for weeks about a bipartisan infrastructure bill, but I've learned as recently as today that there is no bill text, and the Congressional Budget Office that scores these bills has not done so yet. So we can determine whether the so-called pay-fors are indeed legitimate and stand up to scrutiny. Our national debt is at the highest level since World War II. This is not the time to spend and spend and spend until our grandkids are left sitting at a pile of debt so deep that they will have no hope of climbing out of it. And we certainly can't tax and spend our way to prosperity. We need to take a hard look at our spending habits and make some tough choices, like most American families. They have to decide what are my priorities and what are the resources I have to spend to fund those priorities. And that's exactly what we need to do here in Congress. Folks on both sides of the aisle want to rebuild our nation's infrastructure. Rebuilding resilient roads, bridges, and broadband are top of mind for Republicans and Democrats. I know our colleagues are still working on text, as I said, for the bipartisan infrastructure deal, and I'm eager to see the details on how this massive investment is paid for. But again, this is only one half of the so-called dual-track process announced by Senator Schumer. The exorbitant price tags being floated for the second track have raised serious concerns, not just among folks on this side of the aisle, but on both sides of the aisle. I sincerely hope that some of our colleagues on the other side will stand up against irresponsible spending. As we know, it takes just one Democratic senator to stand in the way of this abuse of the reconciliation process, and I hope one or more of them will have the courage to do so. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Vermont.
Madam President, over the weeks I've been rising on the Senate floor to urge that the Senate take up and pass an emergency supplemental. So I'm rising again and tell you what that emergency supplemental is, even though I've stated over and over again. It's to deal with the fallout from the violent insurrection that took place at the seat of our democracy on January 6th. I've been making this call for 2 months now. I'm frustrated. I begin to feel a little bit like a broken record. Just days before this chamber left for the July 4th recess, I sounded the alarm that time was running out. It's even more so today. The Senate has only a few weeks to act. If we do nothing, the Capitol Police will deplete salaries funding sometime in August. And anybody who hasn't looked at the calendar, that's next month. That means that the men and women who protect the seat of democracy and members of Congress and the staff in this building and the support staff who keep the building running may face furloughs and significant impacts to the department's programs and mission asset support, including the hiring of much-needed new sworn officers. These are the same women and men who fought and bled, and some died for everything this hallowed building stands for. That happened on January 6th. We owe them more than just a paycheck. As a result of this budget crunch, purchases of critical equipment, respirators, ballistic helmets, protective gear, training, that's all been delayed. Efforts to implement the department's wellness program to address mental health concerns that followed the January 6th insurrection, they've been put on the back burner. Madam President, these police officers stood with us on that horrible day. Shouldn't we stand with them now and pass an emergency appropriation to address these shortfalls? And I'd point out, Madam President, it's not only the Capitol Police that we owe. Our distinguished presiding officers served with distinction in our military. I think of the days after January 6th, when tens of thousands of men and women from the National Guard from all over the country came to secure our nation's capital ahead of the inauguration beyond. They were called, they came, and they appeared here. Like many other senators, I thank them for their service. But unless Congress acts, the National Guard will be forced to cut training they need to prepare for overseas deployments and responses at home to make up for the costs incurred as a result of January 6th. If we have, as we often do, forest fires, hurricanes, floods, and hit our individual states, we're going to want to call on the National Guard. But we're saying now, if we don't start passing this bill, gee, come when we call you, and the check may be in the mail a year or 2 or 3 years later, or never at all. Now, we don't budget for an insurrection, but it's been 187 days since a violent mob stormed the very chamber we're standing in now. Staying at the same presiding officer's chair, our distinguished presiding officer now sits. In my memory of the growing roar of that mob echoing down the hallway as the Capitol Police whisked us to safety has not faded, but hasn't faded from the consciousness of the American people or the rest of the world. It has been 53 days since the House passed its own security supplemental, and I was shocked that not a single Republican voted for it. So I provided my Republican colleagues here in the Senate with a proposal to address these pressing needs and many others. I did that over a month ago, and I urge that we begin negotiations in earnest. Only now they come to the table with a proposal. Well, I appreciate them bringing something, but it's a pretty small something. It's a proposal that does not provide the appropriate resources to secure the Capitol or address the urgent needs that have risen since January 6th. The images of the mob breaking through windows and forcing their ways through doors expose the truth. The Capitol and its office buildings are not impenetrable. It's not a fortress. The windows could be broken. The doors could be breached. This complex is no longer shrouded with the protection of belief that it's not possible to storm these halls. Much like the windows, that protection was shattered and it was broadcast to the whole world on January 6th. So the emperor has no clothes. Unfortunately, the Republican proposal would not adequately address our vulnerabilities. I've been very clear over and over again, I don't want to militarize our Capitol in the wake of January 6th. It's important that the Capitol campus that I first saw as a teenager with my mother and father remain open for citizens from all walks of life to come and enjoy. It's their democracy, after all. But we must invest in securing the Capitol in a way that will address our vulnerabilities, protect members and staff, and still keep us open to the public. I'm confident we can strike that balance. We also have a responsibility to pay for the unforeseen costs of investigating and prosecuting these violent insurgents. The FBI, the U.S. Marshals, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, numerous other law enforcement agencies hurried to defend the Capitol at the urgent call. We're all thankful for that. Federal prosecutors have charged more than 500 people in more than 40 states with participating in the attack, and arrests continue almost daily. We have a responsibility to support these agencies in dealing with January 6th and its aftermath, but it's not addressed in the Republican proposal. I'm tired of hearing people say we're in favor of law and order and law enforcement, we just don't want to pay for it. It should not be lost on us that we were not the ones to sweep up the shattered glass and scrub the floors and walls of this building on that day and throughout the night. We cannot turn our backs on the dedicated public servants, the women and men who had to process the trauma that day as they boarded up shattered windows and broken doors. And it's a trauma that came at the end of a year-long pandemic. It should not be lost on us that during the darkest hours of the pandemic, these are the same public servants who came to work to clean our offices, ensuring our safety and the safety of our staff. We have a responsibility to pay for these and other costs that were incurred as a result of the pandemic on the Capitol complex and its staff. Now, of course, we did not budget for an insurrection. We don't budget for a global pandemic, and we've been forced to rob Peter to pay Paul to keep our congressional community safe and healthy. The scars of COVID have not healed in our own Capitol community. They've not been addressed in the other party's proposal. But we can't also ignore the world around us. We have another emergency brewing. This one in Afghanistan, we have a moral responsibility to address it. We've been talking for 2 years now of an imminent departure from Afghanistan. Now it's happening. And we must ensure that the brave Afghans who stood with America are not abandoned as we conclude our mission in that country. And fortunately, there's bipartisan support for this effort. I think this is something Republicans and Democrats have to come together. We made a promise, whether you supported the war or not, we made a promise to the Afghans who risked their own lives to support and protect our troops and our countries. We made a promise to them. And as a country, our word should be our bond. And we all agree, I believe, both Republicans and Democrats, that bond's not going to be broken on our watch. And if we don't address this now, if we don't keep our word now, then when? The bill I'm introducing today includes funds to care for the inevitable flood of Afghan refugees to neighboring countries and increase the number of Afghan special immigrant visas. They must be included in this package because the crisis is unfolding now. There's no dispute about the urgency, importance of standing with our Afghan allies. My colleagues on the other side do not address it in their proposal. I hope they will. So where are we, Madam President? A violent insurrection that none of us thought we'd ever see in our lifetime happened. A pandemic that we thought we'd never see in our lifetime happened. And the President has announced the withdrawal of American troops from Afghanistan, and these events created urgent needs that must be met. My Republican colleagues are proposing that we deal with these problems piecemeal, address some of them now and others sometime, somewhere, someday. But a piecemeal approach that jumps from one problem to the next is no way to govern. I've been here long enough to know that a promise to do it later is no promise at all. Now, it's been 53 days since the House passed a security supplemental. Only now are my Republican colleagues coming to the negotiating table. I don't want to wait another 53 days more before we address these pressing matters. We can't govern by crisis.
Just in the daily world that surrounds them, sometimes, especially in America, we're very isolated from the supply chain, from where our food comes from and how it gets to us. And so I think people just really resonated with how things came together and how the challenges that we were seeing could affect them.
Yeah, the key word there is resonate, because I look at, for instance, EcoGo on the Bloomberg, and CPI data is due out tomorrow. And of course, there's all kinds of numbers, including year-over-year inflation is expected to increase 4.9% for the month of June. That's including food and energy. I mean, do all these numbers resemble at all what you see on the ground?
Yeah, absolutely they do. I mean, I think the numbers that we're seeing on consumables are much higher than that. Like I was saying in the video, 20, 30, as high as 200%. But the core production that we're doing as farmers, those numbers aren't up yet. That's a delay. We prepay for our inputs, our fertilizer, our fuel, and all of those things. So right now we've only seen about a 10% increase, but I think that number will be higher as the pricing adjusts to those prepayments that we made.
And I'm curious what your thoughts are on the overall inflation debate. Here at Bloomberg, we always have on a lot of guests who like to talk about whether or not it's happening, and we spend a lot of time just thinking about that question. But what is that like for you? Is it a cut and dry answer?
Yeah, for me, it's cut and dry right now. It's pretty straightforward. We're definitely seeing, I guess the argument is the disruptions in supply is how much is that playing into the increase in prices, right? But I don't think there's any question that inflation is contributing in addition to the supply challenges.
And one of the sources of inflation is higher wages. And that's one of your big themes, the labor shortage that we face. You understand something that some of the big companies are only now starting to come to terms with, which is you need to invest in your best employees to retain them and develop their talents. The work that they do is hard and it's thankless. How do you justify that cost of investment when your margins may not always allow for it?
I don't think you have a choice. It's pretty straightforward. If we're going to keep our employees and keep them happy and keep them on the job, then we have to give them something meaningful to work towards, whether that's education or whether that's just moving up within the company, whether it's just a family to work with and be around that's not, just someone that you work with or work for. Our businesses as farmers, any business really doesn't exist and operate and have a future without employees who are happy to be there.
So Shay, given what you just mentioned, it seems like you have a lot of experience under your belt that some of the country's biggest executives and CEOs still don't fully understand. You're learning your economics on the ground and I guess in the field. What do you think textbooks and like bow-tied professors don't understand about the state of our economics, and what do they not tell people in the classroom?
That's a really good question. I'm not sure I have a straightforward answer to it either. I think, like I said, I think a lot of people are placing these increase in prices based on the supply disruptions and some of those changes. But I do think it goes beyond that. But I don't know what I could base my argument on other than, firsthand experience across all spectrums of the economy. There's not a piece of the supply chain that has not had double-digit increases in cost, and that's just something that's going to trickle down in the economy.
Something else that everyone's going to have to contend with as well is the new NAFTA, the USMCA, the U.S. Mexico-Canada agreement. Economists tell us it's basically NAFTA 2.0 with some updates, but you actually think it's going to have a massive impact on our vegetable market. Tell us why you think the U.S. will be importing almost all its vegetables in a couple years' time.
Yeah, I think it's 5 to 10 years, not 2 years, but the situation is this. Just a few years ago, it cost 4 to 8 times more to grow in the United States than in Mexico. They had yield challenges, they had production and infrastructure challenges that we could make up for. Today, our cost of production, because of the American voter and things that they want, from environmental policy to food safety to worker conditions, our number is now 40 times higher. And at 40 times the cost of producing in Mexico and Peru and Chile, we can no longer compete. So I think we're going to see more and more vegetable production move south of the border, unfortunately in locations where a lot of that of the things that voters have put in place are actually not controllable.
Shay, I hear you mentioning policy, and I know that you think a lot about climate change in particular. What policies do you want to see from officials that could be implemented to aid U.S. farmers like you who are coping with climate change?
Yeah, the policy I think is that really can have an immediate impact is water policy. We as American farmers use less water per pound of food than any other place in the world. And so we're very cautious and careful with the way that we use that water. But a lot of the environmental policy, a lot of the environmental conditions that we're working in are making it hard for us to grow the food that we need to. With the weather that we've had in our area, This year, we'll see 10, 15% reductions in yields, which means less food, which means higher prices. And so the availability of water, of projects that either improve water conservation and access to water for farms, or actual large-scale projects that conserve or create reservoirs that will allow farm water or irrigation water to farms over larger periods of time. Basically a buffer that would keep us safer and keep the food supply safer.
It's a lot for us to grapple with. I'm just thinking through all that, and it seems like we're just going to have more of what we're already experiencing now in the next couple of years. Maddie mentioned policymakers and government. Is that who you're trying to reach? I just wonder who your ideal audience is. Who are you trying to communicate to when you make these videos?
I mean, generally the consumer, but the consumer is the one who has the power, and that's something that I try and portray all the time. You as a consumer, whoever you are, vote with your dollar every single day. So if you want something to happen, or if I hope that something's going to happen, I have to tell you about it. If I need more money for my onions and I don't show you what it takes to grow your onions, I can't expect you to pay me more. So that's my aspiration, is to show what the effort is, what the work is on a daily basis, the blood, sweat, and tears, and say, hey, can I get a little bit more?
Really quickly here, Shay, and that was such an interesting comment. Thank you for sharing that. How much time would you say you spend out on the farm versus making your TikToks? Would you say it's a 50-50 split? What does that distribution look like?
Oh, no, I bet it's not even 5% of the time. The beauty of TikTok is that it's really straightforward, raw, pull your phone out and do a video. So that helps. The platform itself makes it really, really attractive, because I can just share what I'm doing on a daily basis.
That's great to hear. Well, Shay, thank you so much for joining us. And for those watching, you can follow Shay on TikTok at Shay Farm Kid. Thank you so much. Scarlett, what an interesting chat.
I love that conversation. All right, well, from labor shortages in the fields of Idaho to the U.S. Treasury, Janet Yellen's pick for Treasury's top international job was withdrawn. And this is after Bloomberg learned that the White House's personnel office told economist Heidi Kribo-Rediker that she will not get nominated. The position has been conspicuously vacant during Yellen's current visit to Europe. Over the weekend, Janet Yellen met with her EU counterparts, making no reference to inflation concerns that Shay was just telling us about, but rather stressing the need for the U.S. and the EU to spend more during the pandemic.
Right now, the best way to fight this pandemic is more equitable vaccine distribution worldwide and more fiscal policy support where feasible. The United States, like other major economies, has made significant progress rolling out COVID vaccines. But we know that the pandemic is far from under control in many parts of the world, especially in many low-income nations. And as long as the virus continues to spread, we're all still at risk. We see the tax agreement as being strongly in the interests of all members of the European Union and the world more generally. I will use the opportunity to try to explain why we think that the few remaining European Union countries that have not endorsed the inclusive framework, why we think it's in the world's interest and their interests to be part of the agreement. Details of Pillar 1 remain to be negotiated. I would say that Pillar 2 is further along than Pillar 1. Pillar 2, we're hoping to have incorporated in the coming budget resolution and reconciliation bill the changes that are necessary to put it into effect. But Pillar 1 will be on a slightly slower track. We will work with Congress. Maybe it will be, ready in the spring of 2022, and try to determine at that point what's necessary for implementation.
I like Shay Myers' version of economics better. Am I allowed to say that? All right, let's stay with Europe as we give you a wrap of the latest COVID headlines. A World Health Organization scientist says she is devastated after seeing last night's Euro 2020 final, and it's not because England lost. Mario Van Kerkhove told reporters that the unmasked crowds singing and shouting at London's Wembley Stadium is of great concern because the virus, quote, takes advantage of unvaccinated people. She's warning of another surge in COVID cases as the UK prepares to end its restrictions. The Dutch Prime Minister is apologizing for relaxing COVID restrictions too soon as the Netherlands experienced a surge in new cases. Mark Rutte reimposed restrictions on restaurants just 2 weeks after lifting curbs that included closing all clubs between midnight and 6 a.m. Holland's infection levels have risen to their highest levels of the year in recent days. Meantime, infections are rising through much of Asia as well. Indonesia and Vietnam added the highest number of new COVID cases since the pandemic began. Meanwhile, the Delta variant is spreading rapidly through the region. In South Korea, the variant first identified in India now accounts for at least a quarter of all new cases. For the latest COVID news, bookmark bloomberg.com/coronavirus. Now, coming up after the break, how can you get your song to go viral on TikTok? One new platform for music influencers may have the answer. We've got more when we're back in 2.
My thought process was, I'll just start my career here in Indianapolis. I'll be here 3 to 5 years. And fast forward, almost 20 years later, I'm still here.
Policymakers and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Our generation's biggest problem.
Climate change is happening.
And the world's most innovative solutions.
Transport, industry, buildings, electricity, all of those things.
Everything you need to know about our changing environment, the politics of global warming.
We can and we will deal with climate change.
In the fight against climate change, Bloomberg Green has you covered.
A TikTok IPO is a no-go, at least for now. TikTok's parent company ByteDance put on hold its plans to go public in either Hong Kong or the U.S. This after Chinese regulators voiced concerns over data security issues, the same thing that led to a crackdown of DD Global after its listing in New York last week. ByteDance executives have been meeting with government officials over the course of the last year to discuss data privacy. The tech company is reportedly approaching any potential IPO cautiously, according to people familiar with the matter. Maddie?
Well, Scar, even though TikTok did not IPO, the app is still the center of the universe for a lot of consumers and influencers, and especially musicians. If your song goes viral with a trending dance or challenge, it can make your entire career. But does a hit track on TikTok mean a bigger bank account for musicians? Here to discuss is Amir Brown. He's the CEO and co-founder of Music Breaker. Amir, thank you for being here. Before we get into Music Breaker, I just want to give our audience some context. Why is a song going viral such a big deal for an artist? Just how make or break can that be?
I mean, today's day and age, there's over a whole lot of saturation of music, hitting the streaming platforms, whether it be Spotify or Apple Music, et cetera. So just being able to have a tool like TikTok to be able to amplify your sound, get it in front of new audiences, and obviously gain new fans, and they attribute some of those plays on TikTok back to the streaming services. It's major for artists, particularly the independent artists who don't have those big flywheels and those big machines behind them to get them going. It could take one content creator, it could take 10 content creators, but once that sound starts to pick up in an authentic way, those streams and those views go up, and it really impacts the visibility for those independent artists.
Right, it's the idea of democratizing streaming. I'm curious, in your perspective, Amir, can streaming music ever be fully democratized, or will, what we view as popular always be sort of decided based on either platforms people subscribe to, like Apple Music, for example, or just, what labels put their money into in terms of paying for extra song plays on certain apps, for example?
Right. Well, I mean, it's hard, right? 176 songs in 2020 had 1 billion unique views on TikTok. And I mean, like I just said, 40,000 songs a day are getting uploaded to Spotify. So clearly, a lot of those songs aren't making their way to these high visibility platforms, particularly one, because the cost of some of these macro or what they call supernova creators is just so exponentially high. And out of the budget for some of these smaller artists. So only the labels, et cetera, can play in that space. But when you think about all of the creators on TikTok aren't million follower people, 2 million follower people, 10 million follower people. A lot of them have 50K, 20K, 30K, 100K, 10K, et cetera. And they've built very, very unique and authentic audiences. So those are the creators that are the influence that the artists on our platform are generally targeting, because there's budget range that they can work within. And we're seeing, I think we've had 140 million views for artists in our 6 months of being open at Music Breaker. So we're seeing already that if you can get that music into the hands of those micro influencers, they're also able to, in a significant way, to promote the sound and get it in front of the right audiences for the artist.
So Music Breaker works with, you basically connect the artist and the influencer so that you can get the influencer to kind of do a video with the artist's song. Is that correct?
Absolutely. So on Music Breaker, you have influencers of all types, right? So some of them literally make dances, some of them race cars, some of them draw art, etc. So we don't really tell the content creator or the influencer exactly what they should be doing. We leave that up to the artist to let them know exactly how they want their song used in their particular style of content. So it's very transparent around what you're getting. And on the other side, right, we have a bunch of artists, and they're very particular around how they want their songs used. So all we did was step out the way, create a software where they can get together, manage their digital real estate, set expectations in an authentic and transparent manner, and they can transact for the form of music promotion online.
Yeah.
And this was a very fragmented space with not a lot of visibility on both sides and a lot of trust on both sides. So Breaker just wanted to step in and create the plumbing, if you want to call it an operating system for music influencer marketing.
Yeah, and I know that you've gotten the attention of a lot of really big people, including, I think, Nas and the former CEO of TikTok itself. But what does the revenue model look like for you? How are you making money?
Yeah, so I mean, artists right now, they're paying the influencer directly. We have a escrow system that we've built proprietarily inside of Breaker. And before that money is released over to the content creator, there's a thorough verification check that the content is to spec. And also that the audience was engaged at a level that the artist feels like they're getting their money's worth. And then we pass those funds on to the influencer minus our 10% take rate right now. That take rate can change throughout time, but we figured that was a very fair and equitable percentage to take for the transactions that we're facilitating.
Right. And Amir, in our final minute with you, I'm curious, what is your hope for kind of what Music Breaker could do specifically for artists of color? We've heard a lot of late about, Black content creators on TikTok not getting their fair share of attention for the work that they're doing. Right. What do you hope that Music Breaker can do to disrupt that?
Right. Well, I mean, Music Breaker serves all communities, but we have seen a lot of the musicians and the creators on our app are African American. One of our partners out here in Atlanta, our Collab Crib, we work with them a lot, and we try to get brand deals into their hands. They're a great bunch of kids from all over the country. They're housed here in Atlanta, and a lot of the artists that we work with are also African American. We have a partnership right now with Rolling Loud, where one artist can make their way on stage. And mind you, it wasn't open just to African American artists, and there was a thorough voting process. But it just so happened that one of them is going to be able to get on stage this week in Miami. So
very cool.
I think we're providing a lot of opportunities for content creators of color and all content creators and artists alike.
Absolutely. Well, Amir Brown, thank you so much for joining us to talk about your work with Music Breaker. Now, after being cooped up for months and months, some people are really craving celebrity sightings off of TikTok, so much so that they're willing to pay for it, even if it stays virtual. A startup called Bright allows celebs and experts to host ticketed masterclasses. We're going to have more on that next.
Alzheimer's is difficult to treat, but caregivers don't give up. Patients don't give up. We haven't either.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Would you pay to have the Property Brothers give you personal home decor advice? Well, that's becoming a reality for some. I spoke with the brothers last week about their newest venture, so take a listen.
So what is it that drew you to Bright in particular? What was missing from the platforms that you've already created that you feel like you can get out of Bright specifically?
I think the big thing for us is, you have Bright's a live video conversation platform where it is more exclusive access. For us to have this interaction with our fans, it's one thing if we were just doing on social media a live, Instagram live, but this is a whole other aspect where we have a whole line of fans that can be interacting and asking questions, and it's wanting people to walk away with more in-depth experience or knowledge.
Y agregó que tener un presidente que carece de credibilidad, que miente, que en todas sus declaraciones trata de falsear, engañar, esconder, que nunca cumple y siempre tiene excusas.
Grammarly helps you work more efficiently, which makes accomplishing your work goals easier.
Hello. Welcome to the Mari and Yoel show. Today we are talking about the historical protests that are going on in Cuba. And I wanted to do this live primarily in English so that people understand what is happening, caballeros. This is one of the most historic days that we have ever seen in Cuba.
Moment.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
If you guys don't know, and I want to give an opportunity for people to jump in the live really quick. We are definitely not prepared for this. Look at my hair. It's crazy. but we feel like it's so important to talk about what is happening in Cuba, especially in English, to all of our followers. And for people who aren't following us right now, subscribe wherever the link is. I don't know. We're not YouTubers, so we don't know where the link is. I can't see the chat. I cannot. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
Hello.
Hi,
okay,
Renee,
you guys. I'm gonna
right
wait.
time.
We're gonna wait a little tiny bit for some people to jump on the live. I know it's kind of this is unprecedented in Cuban history. I cannot stress it enough. I cannot stress it enough what a historical day this is, or yesterday.
Estamos transmitiendo desde la capital de los cubanos.
Estamos aquí en Miami. We're here in Miami.
Mundo. Yo creo que esta es la capital de la calentura.
Sí, es verdad, para los cubanos, sí. We are in the center of it all in Miami. We just happened to be here this week, and
it was crazy.
For my birthday, we had a voucher from Delta Airlines that was about to expire, and I was like, hey, let's just use it in Miami. And then we're staying at a friend's house, and it's been great. It's been great. Okay, yes, we are in Miami. Yesterday, Joel went to his very first protest. What do you think? How did you feel about protesting for the first time?
Increíble. Era algo, para mí era algo sobrenatural, porque también vi a mis amistades protestar, que en Cuba eso no se veía hasta ayer que se vio, y me uní a mis cubanos desde aquí.
He says that he felt amazing because his friends were there with him. We had all of our friends there, and he's never been able to do that in his life. So we are so excited to be able to share with you guys what is going on in Cuba and our perspective of what's happening in Cuba. I feel like this was God. No fue Dios que no puso aquí para estar. I can't believe this is happening while we're here. I'm just wow.
We happy. Now, guys.
So let me explain. Yo quiero hacer esto en inglés porque muchos de los seguidores hablan inglés.
Okay.
Y bueno, después de esto vas a transmitir en inglés, ¿me entiendes? Va a estar en YouTube siempre, para siempre, en inglés.
Forever.
So I'm going to talk about this in English. Thank you guys for all your birthday. If you guys have any specific questions on what is happening in Cuba, please let me know in the chat. But I'm going to do a quick overview about what's been happening. So just a little bit about me, though. I study political science, and political philosophy. My concentration was Latin American studies with a focus on U.S.-Cuba relations. So I have a lot to say about this. So let's get back to the historical background. As you guys all know, for 62 years, the Castro regime has been ruling in Cuba, and there has only been one government in Cuba, and that has been the Communist Party, the Partido de Comunistas.
Hi, Midge.
Hi, Midge. Thank you so much, Midge, for your super chat. So a little historical background. And what was I saying before was that, that the Communist Party has been ruling one-party system in Cuba for 62 years. Fidel Castro came in a revolution. He took down Batista, which was also kind of a bad figure as well. He would also repress people with different types of opinions. So it's only ironic that the Castro regime would do the same that they did, that for the reason why they took out the other guy. But when history repeats itself, as we have learned many times around the world. And so for 62 years, the Communist Party has ruled Cuba, and there has been no freedom of elections, and no freedom of speech, no freedom of the press, no freedom of assembly, absolutely no critique of the government. And any single time there was a critique of the government, people would get jailed. And that is not an exaggeration. It is not a lie. People would get jailed immediately. And when we were living in Cuba, we went to a gay rights movement protest where we saw them getting arrested right in front of our faces. And I did a whole thing about it. And so that's a little bit about the background. So let me explain everything that is happening up to this point. Now, the mainstream media has said that this is a result of COVID. And I am here to tell you that and the embargo, that is absolutely 100% false. Okay? And I'll tell you why it's false. Because these protests that you have seen in Cuba are a result of many years building up, different instances that have built up. But we can point it to a reference point in modern day Cuban history with the 27 de Noviembre movement, which is the San Isidro movement. Now, a lot of you guys don't know what the San Isidro movement is, and I will explain to you. The San Isidro movement it's actually a barrio.
Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you, Deborah, so much. The San Isidro is a neighborhood in Old Havana. It's called San Isidro, and there it lives a lot of artists, a lot of and I'm sorry if you're just getting on the chat. I'm explaining everything in Spanish, and then Yoel will jump in English. And the San Isidro movement is where a lot of artists, a lot of creatives live. And in the Constitution, they took away the freedom of artists to create their art and sell their paintings. Now they have to go through the Ministry of Culture to get their paintings approved so that they could sell it. Now, artists were very, very pissed off about this because they said it's a lack of artistic freedom. It's a lack of their art, right? It's a disrespect on their art. Then they have to get it approved by somebody. So what happened was that on November 27th, a rapper named Denny Solis was forcibly removed from his home for protesting against this movement. As a result, the most famous dissident in the island, his name is Luis Manuel Alcántara. Well, that's another person too. But Luis Manuel Alcántara was one of the most famous dissidents on the island, did a hunger strike. They removed him out of his home. On that day, the 27th of November of 2020, was it? Yeah, 2020. There was a huge group of maybe 1,000 young Cubans who went to the Ministry of Culture and protested their rights. Protested their rights of free speech, their rights of artistic creation, expression, and they were there, right? The Cuban government squashed them the next day, saying that they were paid for by American imperialists, the American CIA, and they're paid mercenaries by the American government, which they continues to do every single time that there's a dissident. That is the strategy of the Cuban government to say they're paid by the CIA. I have been accused of being one of those people.
Thank you, driver.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much for the super
people
chat.
Asking for Cuba now. Forget that.
No, I'm giving them historical background because it's important so you guys understand. So that builds up, right? When they squashed the opinions, then Luisma went into another hunger strike. That's a whole other thing. And it just kept building and building and building. Then, boom, the pandemic hit. They don't have any food. There's no food in Cuba. It's extremely expensive. Cubans get paid on an average $100. They raised the salaries, but they also raised everything else. So they get paid around $100 a month. But 1 pound of rice costs $4. 1 pound of rice costs $4.
One Nutella is $15
for Nutella.
$15 for Nutella.
You can't survive off of that. Imagine spending, 25% of your salary on rice. That's not even including meats or everything else that you need to pay for. So cop all of these things, the inefficiency of the Diaz-Canel government, the inefficiency of the Cuban government, the introduction
back forward, forward.
The introduction of internet in Cuba, the introduction of tourism, major American tourism in Cuba, has all contributed to people changing their minds, changing their psyche, seeing the world. Oh, well, if Americans can come here on vacation, why can't I go on vacation? Things like that, right? Thank you so much, Greg. And so the Cuban psyche has changed and evolved in the last 5 years that I have never seen in my life.
In my life too.
In my life, because you have to remember, for 62 years, 58 years, the Cuban government was propaganda, state news, and that's what everyone knew. There was no outside influence. So the internet has changed dramatically the situation in Cuba. And so then, yes, then what got us to this point, ironically, was Mia Khalifa, which was a porn star, I guess. I mean, no judgment. That's not my right to judge her life. And she has millions and millions and millions of followers, and she finally said, Diaz Mayel, you are an A-word asshole. And it kind of like catapulted this little bit of a movement. Like, all the celebrities started saying SOS Cuba, use the hashtag SOS Cuba. We have people around the world like Daddy Yankee. Thank you, Donaldo. You know what? Every single dollar counts, you guys. We take a lot of our time to educate you on this. I could not do my video. I wanted to do the video of Joel, his first protest, live today, but our computer broke. So I got to get that now. My external hard drive broke, or the connection broke. So, I got to buy that one new now. Okay. Anyways, so it started this movement where all these celebrities started getting on the ball, like Residente, Calle 13, Daddy Yankee, Ozuna, Don Omar, Shakira.
Todos los famosos.
All of the famous people started tweeting about Cuba, Cuba, Cuba. The next following day, which was yesterday, Joel and I woke up to the most beautiful thing.
The most beautiful day in fucking Cuba. It was yesterday. Yesterday, the people go outside, asking for freedom, asking for go to the Cuba for the fucking government. We saw the end of the dictatorship, Cuban dictatorship. We hope the end.
It's making me
because I saw my family dying, believing the communism, dying, no food, no have nothing, no have medicine, nothing. And these fucking people in the highway, in the high top, say, this is embargo. You see your fucking belly?
Okay, try not to use bad words.
Sorry, it's because I'm so,
I'm just
sad, angry. Thank you, Alexander.
Thank you, Alexander. Oh, thank
Sorry
you,
for
Alexander.
the kids, for the ladies stay here in the chat for my words. This is true.
I have been focusing on content all day on Instagram mostly because it's harder to do on YouTube. And I haven't had time to
That's right, babe. That's right.
I just haven't had time to cry.
She cried for her family, her grandma, her grandpa, for all this family gone. This 65 believe the revolution
My grandpa was a political prisoner in Cuba.
Yeah.
And I wish he was here to see.
Nobody knows that history. You know what happened now in Cuba? I go to the friend. He's staying in the hospital. No, now he's staying home because maybe he lost the eyes. And he told me the government here say the Facebook, WhatsApp, YouTube, that all is because the United States government have Autobot. I'm putting that shit. What the fuck?
Let me explain that. Let me explain that. I just want to say, you guys have no idea what this means. Yesterday meant to us. I never thought that I would see this in my life.
That's right, babe. It's fine.
I never thought I would see it in my life, and I can't believe we're here in Miami.
Because you come into the Cuban people, you have your blood, you have the Cuban blood. That's it. And the freedom, that's what wanted you here.
There's so many people dead in those 90 miles. There's so many people dead.
Dying.
There's so many families that have been ripped apart. There's entire diaspora. There's entire diaspora that lost their culture.
Reached the life.
That lost everything. And
I have the friend.
It's just, this is such a beautiful day for us, and we really need, I want you guys to know, and I'm sorry I'm crying, it's very emotional, but I want you guys to please, we need the international community. We need the international community to finally recognize the dictatorship in Cuba and put pressure on Cuba to finally listen to its citizens. We need you. We need the international community so much. So please share. Please, if you can, follow me on Instagram or follow any other Cubans on Instagram and share what's going on. We need the help of the international community. And so yesterday was very emotional. Yoel and I went to Little Havana, where they usually do all the protests, and it was Yoel's first protest. He was so emotional. He cried. Many people were crying, and the most beautiful thing is that there was also Venezuelans there. There were also some Americans, non-Latino Americans that were there taking pictures, and it was just so beautiful. It was so beautiful. So thank you guys. So let's talk about today, Yoel. Today is another day, and that was all yesterday. And today's another day, so I'm going to give you guys kind of an update of what we know. Don't trust famous people or the American government backing the Cuban revolt. Okay, Pajarito. I've been getting all these like crazy comments that I'm a gusana, that I'm paid by the United States, that you guys, it's unreal. The extreme leftists that are, and the bots that are created by the Cuban government to oppress what is going on in the international community, of all the Cubans in the diaspora that are saying, we need to recognize the dictatorship. They create bots to silence us. Literally, I am not joking. There's college kids that are forced to post things on fake accounts. Okay, they're forced to, this is not a conspiracy theory. Like in college, they make you do this, ¿verdad? And to make fake, so that on the internet, it looks like that we're the ones that are crazy, and we're the crazy people or whatever. And most of and most of the population is on board with communism. We're not YouTubers. This is very, organic. We're not YouTubers. Oh my gosh, Keiji, thank you so much. Thank you so much, of you guys, for the super chats. Thank you. And so let's talk about today. Today we woke up. Last night I went to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning. I woke up at 7. I'm very tired. That's why I look like this. Very tired. And they cut off. They put the military in. They started shooting at people. You guys, that has never happened in Cuba. They started shooting. Oh my gosh, Peter.
Thank you, man.
Thank you so much, Peter. And Emilio. Gracias. I lost my train of thought. Oh, okay. Last night, the military went in. They started shooting innocent people, innocent protesters, peaceful protesters. Remember, in Cuba, nobody has guns. Nobody has guns in Cuba. So they were shooting at peaceful protesters on the street. Multiple people got shot. They started gassing people. My friend was literally live on the internet, live. She was getting gassed. that Sheila got gassed on live TV, live internet. So they started doing, you know, very typical what governments do, very typical things, right? Is try to scare people with guns and pepper spray. And so people, after that, people went home to go to, you know, to go to sleep, you know? And so they woke up in the morning, all of the streets are militarized. All of the streets are militarized.
For kids, in some way.
Now in Cuba, oh my God, this is what it's like. They cut off the internet.
Cut on the internet.
They cut off some phone lines. They wouldn't not let any leader of any protest, because if you follow the Cuban scene, dissenters, there's a few dissenters that are very well known. They wouldn't let them outside of their houses. There's no internet. Go ahead.
We off the chain, man. Rap game, rap game. Cut it, cook it, chop it, record it, out and shop it. It's all the same thing. Y'all look at these blue skies and think paradise. I look at these blue skies and think, what a disguise. That's why it's called the Magic City. It's a treat to your eyes. Cross the bridge and then fuck with your man. Whatever lies, don't follow the streets, follow the signs. Cause the last thing you wanna do is get lost, cause it might just cost you your life. Y'all heard about this fancy grand, so watch when you put the map in the dash, cause they might end up clapping your ass. Why you think the traffic lights stay blinking late nights? They don't want you to stop, cause the streets will be filled with red stripes. Like Jamaican beer, we frown like bacon here. Your life will get taken here. I just thought I should make it clear. Yeah, every day we do is
they're saying that they took away the internet because there were American bots trying to, get this, that there were American bots trying to say things against the revolution, right? The same thing that they do.
Yeah.
They were accusing us of being bots and being paid by the American government to take down the Cuban revolution and to take down the Cuban government. That's what they're saying to the Cuban people. And I tell you right now, to all 448 people on this live, I tell you right now, most Cuban people in Cuba today do not want this government, correct? They do not want this government. They are calling for the end of the revolution. And most people, because I will not say it's all, because no society is 100%. Most people want change in Cuba. Most people. And they were screaming it to the top of their lungs that they want change. And we need to listen to them. We need the help of the international community. We need you guys.
Militarizaron todo el país.
They militarized all of the things. And now they are forcing, listen to this, you guys. Now they are forcing 16, 17, 18-year-olds to go into the military. Like a draft here in the United States, like they did in Vietnam. They're forcing 16-year-olds to go to military service out of their homes today. And their parents are trying to defend the military from getting them with knives. With knives! So they won't take their children away.
That's happening now in Cuba.
This is so fucked up.
That's not happening in Cuba. And for me, it's really bad because I have my family there. But I don't care. I don't care. It's not going to Cuba again. I see my family, but this is the truth. We're gonna fight. We fight for the truth. For the truth, that's important. And if the Cuban people inside, he need to know we continue outside, protests here in all world, Spain, Italy, Latin America, Puerto Rico, Nicaragua. Mucha gente está a nuestro favor que saben lo que pasa en cubano y las mentiras que les meten y siguen metiéndonos mentiras.
I'm
Thank you, Lou.
I don't know who 454 of you are. Maybe one or two people know who I am personally. But this day is so emotional for me.
Y hoy estoy luchando no por mi familia solo. I'm not fighting with my family alone. I will fight for my own family. This passed away. That military people, communist, my family, I was family communist grandpa. He died for nothing. For nothing. I thought it was, he said, I don't want my daughter, I don't want my mom, I don't want nobody, my family, my neighbor, have the same situation that my grandpa do it. Living for nothing. We live for liberty. We live it for future. That's the way to do it. That's a Cuban do it.
Gracias.
Go to the street, say, go for the freedom. I don't want it to militarize nothing. I don't want to fight. I don't like to fight. We go peacefully.
We believe in peaceful protest.
We
do not want this to escalate into violence. I do not personally agree with American intervention, but I feel like this has to come from the people. It has to come from the people. I'm just very emotional today. I wish my grandfather was alive.
I know. That's why he's really happy today for this day in Cuba.
He would be so proud. He would be so proud.
Los descarados del gobierno cubano quieren seguir haciendo lo que da la gana. Se esconden.
Yes.
Nadie sale, ponen a poner al cabeza.
I just want to say one thing. Para todos los cubanos que me están viendo ahora mismo. A mí no me importa si te gustaba Trump o si te gustaba Biden o si eres republicano o demócrata. No le importa. Todos hoy tenemos que reunirnos para terminar la dictadura. Todos. No importa si seas demócrata, si seas republicano, si te gustaba Trump, si te gustaba, no sé, un marciano en Marte. Ahora tenemos que reunirnos por una Cuba libre, por una Cuba sin dictadura. Tenemos que reunirnos, caballeros. Esto no es sobre política americana. Esto es sobre política cubana. Okay? Anyways, that's what I wanted to say to the Cuban people, is that, in case you didn't understand me, like, it's not about the American political system. It's not about Biden. It's not about Trump. It's not about if you're Republican or if you're Democrat or anything. Today is about all the Cubans getting together and recognizing that we all have one common goal, is to end the dictatorship in Cuba, so that there's free elections, so that one day Cubans could have a Republican or a Democrat party, or whatever the fuck they want to call it, parties. Whatever the hell they want to call it, parties. I'm sorry for the bad language.
Thank you for everybody in Latin America is asking for freedom to Cuba. Thank you for everybody.
Gracias por todo el apoyo alrededor del mundo. Gracias.
Right.
Thank you for all of the support around the world. We are two people in Miami, and I wish one day that we can uplift Cuban voices inside of Cuba. If you guys follow me on Instagram, I am doing that. I'm trying my hardest to uplift voices inside the islands, because it's very easy that we are talking here, but our friends are getting shot. They're getting rocks thrown at. They're risking their lives, and they deserve the credit for all of this. We are here and just trying to tell you what is going on, to tell the international community what is going on. Bueno.
Nada, eso era. Cuba está caliente, no tenemos comunicación, no hay internet.
No, there's no internet.
No hay internet. Aquel que se conectó es porque está usando un VPN. Tengo una amistad que lo hizo. Está usando VPN para poder salir de esa oscuridad mental digital que pone el gobierno cubano, que son unos descarados, que siempre lo ha hecho, que el noticiero es una real mentira, los engañan siempre. Y la gente está cansada de las mentiras del noticiero.
We are two people with different opinions. There's some Cubans that want American intervention. I would not like American intervention.
No, yet. No. I don't know what it. I agree with that.
Permanent change in Cuba has to come from the pueblo.
Yeah.
Has to come from the pueblo. It needs to come from us. It can't be the Americans, because in 20 or 30 years from now, we're gonna have a cycle all over again where it was the Americans' fault. But to be permanent change in Cuba, we needed to come from the pueblo. Now, of course, there's people that disagree with us. And I am saying right now to 459 of you, I am so happy to live in a country where we can disagree. where we can have disagreements and we won't be scared to disagree.
Y los que están conmigo hoy, mis amistades que llevan casi 4 o 5 años, my friend have here 4 years ago. I so happy that here my friend said, freedom for Cuba. When I never do it in Cuba, we can do it in Cuba. We know how is this country, how is the world outside to Cuba. That's why we stay here and say, people to Cuba, go to the freedom. That's the only way we have the best in the future. Not for the dictatorship ship of Diaz-Canel or the Castro family. That people live outside, go to the party, go to the vacation. We are nothing in Cuba.
Yeah.
I live that we are nothing. The police people, I know I have many police people, good people. Man, we are smart people. Don't believe in that fucking propaganda in Cuba. If you see me now, I don't care if you don't go, tell me go inside to Cuba again or not. I don't care. But man, think about it. You are Cuban people too. That's right.
Do you have any questions for us? I also want to reiterate, and I want to say this very clear. We are so grateful to be in a country where we can have differences of opinion, you guys. We all have to remember that. If you're on the right or you're on the left, we all have to remember that we have to respect that not everyone has the same opinions. And it's okay. And that should be celebrated in this country.
Estamos en Nicaragua, Manuel Ortega, armies sniper to Cuba. They left this afternoon assassin to Cuba people. I don't know, guys. I don't know.
Yo no he ido eso.
I hear that, but I don't know if it's true. I don't know. Many people say Raúl Castro is London in Venezuela. I don't know too. I have picture, but it's picture. How no
Manny, empieza una recogida de fondo para armas. No.
Ya lo hizo y le pasó algo malo.
Armas para
no,
armas.
Yo pensé que eran alimentos.
No.
No. Para armas no.
No.
Yo no apruebo la violencia. Para mí la violencia es el último método.
If anyone wants to follow any Instagrammers, Geek Cubano is amazing. He hosts a Twitter. Geek, like, nerd, Geek Cubano. He hosts a podcast. It's like a Twitter Spaces on Twitter where it's live people talking. And he hosts Cubans inside of the island every Friday. He's probably going to do one tonight. He did one yesterday that had 1,300 people, and the U.S. Embassy was in it, CNN was in it. It was crazy. So if you guys follow him on Twitter, his name is Geek Cubano, like, geek, nerd.
Thank
Cubano.
you, Mexico.
Gracias, Mexico. Gracias, Nicaragua. Gracias, Brasil.
Yo no quiero razonar.
Gracias,
yo con la dictadura no quiero razonar. Solo quiero que se hable y hay muchas vías para llegar a que la violencia, la muerte sean menos.
Oh my gosh.
Porque una intervención militar llegaría a un conflicto de guerra o de combate y eso causaría muertes innecesarias. No creo que sea the best moment for that. We need to wait, guys. I understand the frustration, I understand all that happened to me inside, but we have friends, we have family inside, and the bullet don't see the friend.
And so that's what's been going on. If there's any specific questions, please let us know. We don't have a lot of time today. I want to thank every single person who has given us a super chat. Your money helps. The money that you guys send us on super chat really helps us create this content, have the time, get me a new external hard drive that now I need, because you broke it. Thank you, DB. Gracias, Luis. Gracias, Peter Chen. Gracias, Alexander. Migdis. Thank you too.
Tampoco la dictadura tiene que irse, no se dialoga, no se razona, es irse, punto. No queremos dialogar con ustedes. Dialogar es para que se vayan.
Gracias, Puerto Rico. Gracias, Puerto Rico. You guys, we need your help. We need the international community's help. We cannot let this die. It's been 62.
Thank you.
Read the super chats. I didn't get a new one. I don't know if I got a new one or not. Did I get a new one or not? I don't think so. We need the international community. We need the international community. We need you.
Para que vean la verdad de lo que está pasando ahora en Cuba.
We cannot go 62 years. We can't go another year longer without this. $25. Oh my, thank you. Oh, I shouldn't have said the number. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I fumbled.
Nah, guys, that's it.
Have you talked to your families at all today? Yes, we did.
No. My family's okay. My state is okay. I feel bad.
Everyone's fine.
It's calm, but it's fine.
Our friend, I'm not gonna say his name, but our friend was beaten up pretty bad.
Yeah.
And he's not doing very well.
We call more later about how it's happening with him.
Yeah, he's got beat here. He got beat in his eye.
Yeah, he's in Havana.
He lives in Havana. Oh, you guys can see the number? Oh.
Okay, sorry. Oh, thank you, man. Sorry. I don't like I said.
Thomas Fleming, there's one thing to have the international community help us in raising awareness, and it's completely different when you want intervention. Those are two very different things. We want, Joanne and I are in agreement on this, is that we want the international community to put pressure to understand what's happening in Cuba. That does not necessarily mean that we want,
don't believe in
people to bomb Cuba.
Don't believe in the Ministry of Relations, ¿cómo se llama? Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores en inglés?
External relations.
External relation to Cuba. Don't believe in that people.
Don't believe in them.
That people is fucking bad people.
Yeah, they
don't believe in nobody. That live and putting the billions in this big.
Oh my gosh, Luis. Gracias, Luis.
Thank you, man.
Oh, we would love to be in Texas. We have that's our #1 requested state, is to go to Texas.
Let's go to the cowboy.
And then we'll do the cowboy. Okay. Joe, thank you so much, Joe.
Okay, that's it. That's we will do a live.
Okay, so any last questions? We're gonna do them really fire quick, because I'm gonna be on TV. They're doing a
the lady in the report.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Guys, we're
gonna be at Versailles if anyone's in Miami. It's later on today.
Puerto Rico, that's it. In Cuba, the protests continue. Now on this hour, I hear that. I don't know what happened, but we don't have internet.
Thank you, Arkansas. Thank you. Thank you, Ryan. What can we do to help? Really, honestly, just share. Write to your congressman that we need just the recognition of a dictatorship in Cuba. We need humanitarian. The U.S. to allow humanitarian ships to go to Cuba. That's what we really need. Humanitarian ships to go to Cuba. Ask. There's people willing to donate food, willing to donate medicine. People are dying on the streets. They're dying.
Yeah,
and
funny.
There's nothing.
It's funny. Díaz Canal says we can podemos oír las personas qué problemas tienen. Y yo decía, ¿será hijo de puta este? Llevan años la gente protestando, quejándose. Mi casa lleva días sin agua, de 10 a 15 días, de 10 a 15 días. Y nadie tiene el fucking valor de ir a protestar allá.
He said 2 weeks without water, and no one has the courage to protest because people are so scared of protesting.
Vas y protesta y es la misma fucking mentira.
You go to protest, it's the same lie.
Y ahora que se le está cayendo el techo, vamos a hablar, váyase para el carajo.
Well, you didn't go protest while you were there, so you can't say that.
No, that's why.
Okay, so don't say that.
Because then
you're the hypocrite too.
I know.
Chris. Chris, do I know you? Thank you, Chris. I think I know you, Chris. But thank you. Missed you in Downey. Yes, we were in Downey. Puerto Rico, I saw Democrats in Puerto Rico are with the Cuban people. Thank you, Puerto Rico. Won't the government intercept food or use it for propaganda? Brian, they have done that before, but this time around with so much international pressure, if we send a huge ship to Cuba with food and donations from the American people, if they reject it, I think that's gonna be very bad for them. That's gonna be very bad for them if they reject it. I'm gonna be on some local station here in Miami. I'm not sure, to be honest with you, and I gotta go in like 5 more minutes. We only have 5 more minutes. Thank you so much, Catherine. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you,
guys. Amir.
American Patio, support your people. Thank you.
Thank you, Florina. Oh my God, these people, you guys are so nice to us. You guys are too nice to us.
That's good
Thank
idea.
you so much.
Oprah.
Call Oprah. Some call Oprah.
I can't speak. My throat.
You know what we need is we need Elon Musk to put satellite internet in Cuba. That's what we need. We need, because they cut off the internet. Or we need the U.S. Embassy to create an internet line inside of Cuba and to create an internet Wi-Fi hotspot on the Malecon so people can have access to the internet right near the U.S. Embassy in Cuba. That's what we need. If that's anything that Biden can do, is create a free Wi-Fi zone where the American Embassy is in Cuba.
Thank you for the people. He support us. Really, thank you.
I just hope that all people from Cuba will stay safe. We need Elon Musk to give internet to people that live in autocratic regimes like Cuba and Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Uzbekistan, North Korea. Imagine if all of those places that have autocratic regimes had free internet from the satellite. He would do the world such a great thing. Thank you, Clean Team of New York. Thank you. What happens when there's revolution? I pray the people with their complete freedom. Internet was a game changer. Internet, you guys have no idea how much the internet has changed Cuba. No idea.
That's happened yesterday.
The internet, listen, if it wasn't for the internet, the protest that started in a little neighborhood in Havana wouldn't have grown to the entire country. Yeah. It literally grew from every single major city in Cuba had a protest. There's actually a map of it, and it was the most beautiful thing you could ever see, right? What would Joel like to see in terms of government? ¿Qué tipo de gobierno te gustaría ver en Cuba?
Progresista.
¿En qué sentido?
En todos los sentidos.
¿Pero en qué? Dime algo.
En lo que es el desarrollo, Mari. Primero tienes que... el desarrollo...
¿Qué tipo de gobierno que tú quisiera ver?
Mira, quiero uno demócrata.
He wants a democratic Cuba.
A ver, busco un demócrata diciendo democracia. No estoy buscando que sea como aquí, demócrata.
Yeah, democracy,
democracy. Yes. Y que piensen que la población es lo primero. Y que le den los derechos al pueblo.
And have to give rights to people.
Yeah, because when you raise the people, la gente trabaja, crea, y eso hace que tu país, tu sociedad crezca.
Yes, to give people rights, then your country can grow more.
Ellos solo quieren ver las ideas que quieren ellos, no lo que la gente piensa. Las ideas de ellos son las que valen.
As a Cuban American, what's the best thing we can do to support our people? Well, still says I'm a Cuban American, and the best thing that we can do to help is just to share the diaspora, the Cuban American diaspora, people who have your families were born in Cuba, or your grandparents were born in Cuba, or whatever. The Cuban diaspora is so critical. We all need to unite, you guys. I don't care if you're left or you're right, or you're Republican, you're Democrat, you like Biden, you like Trump, you like Mickey Mouse, Vaya. I don't care. Today, we all need to unify under one cause, is to end the dictatorship. Because dictatorships are unacceptable. And dictatorships are unacceptable. In any form, they are unacceptable. Anyways, I gotta go, guys. Thank you so much for joining the live. I gotta go and get a little bit ready for the interview. Oh my gosh.
We continue tonight with checking the Cuban people.
We might do another live tonight. If you guys, Please let us know if you would like another live tonight. Say yes or no. Would you join the next live?
Ya yo no puedo. De hecho, si sigo así, pierdo la garganta mañana y no.
Bueno.
Ya yo, mira, no
He
puedo.
can't talk, like he's so out of it.
Ya estoy fuera.
Oh, I know, I have. Clean your shirt, Mari. I know I have the stain from the deodorant.
Bye, guys.
Bye. I told you we are not YouTube.
We're calling this the new $1 million stimulus program. It's a brand new program that is paying qualified homeowners over.
We're not afraid, chanted thousands of people on the streets of Havana. Protests like this one happened across the country, expressing frustration over pandemic restrictions and the worsening economic crisis on the island nation.
We are here for the repression because they are killing us with hunger, the houses are falling and we have no homes. They have the money to build hotels while letting us go hungry.
The past year and a half has been difficult for Cuba's economy, as the pandemic has had a devastating impact on the tourism sector. The country was forced to carry out major economic reform. In the past week, the amount of COVID-19 infections rose sharply in the province of Matanzas, where hospitals are struggling to cope. Doctors say they are in desperate need of oxygen and beds to treat patients. President Miguel Díaz-Canel blamed the U.S. embargo for the situation and asked government supporters to take to the streets.
We are not going to admit that any counter-revolutionary mercenary sold out to the government of the United States, sold out to the empire, receiving money from the agencies, allowing themselves to be carried away by all these strategies of ideological subversion to provoke destabilization in our country. There will be a revolutionary response. We call upon all the revolutionaries of the country, all the communists, to take to the streets to any of the places where these provocations are going to take place. Today, from now on, and in the following days.
Security forces arrived soon after the protest started. People were arrested and some clashes broke out between pro and anti-government demonstrators.
State security beat me and my daughter, a minor. They beat us because we were walking down the streets.
Protests like this one are uncommon in Cuba. This is the biggest one to take place since 1994, during what is known as the Special Period, right after the fall of the Soviet Union. For many, they're an example of the changing times on the Caribbean nation, and how many are no longer afraid to speak up. Teresa Bo, Al Jazeera.
Washington who are willing to shake the system up, because the leaders of this country who have plundered it have decided they're going to reward their friends with special tax breaks and not the companies right here in Middletown, Ohio. How about the middle class people in this community? They get tax cuts, but we're going to raise the taxes of the companies shipping our jobs overseas. That's why I'm running to be your next U.S. Senator for the state of Ohio.
Protect Ohio Values PAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Local 10 News reporter Madeline Wright is picking up our team coverage at noon.
A news conference was just held on the fight for freedom and in Cuba, and she has reaction. Madeline?
Gio, Janice, the news conference here inside this office building wrapped up earlier this morning. It's not just Cuban Americans, but people here in South Florida from the broader Hispanic community who are calling for freedom on the island nation. Pro-democracy activists gathered in Northwest Miami-Dade this morning to support the people in Cuba who are protesting food and medicine shortages amid a collapsed economy.
The first thing we want to state is that we support the call for a national strike.
Representatives from the Venezuelan, Colombian, Nicaraguan, and Syrian communities in South Florida are standing in solidarity with the Cuban people.
President Biden, the vast majority of Cuban Americans, this great voting bloc, will be grateful to you for helping to bring down this regime.
Dr. Orlando Gutierrez Boronat with the Assembly of the Cuban Resistance says he's very concerned about the Cuban president's calls for revolutionaries to counter-protest, which could lead to violence.
We are asking for the international community led by the United States to intervene, to protect the Cuban people from a bloodbath, and to bring this regime to an end.
Yesterday, Cuban Americans took to the streets of Little Havana to support the uprising. Dr. Gutierrez Boronat says the U.S. needs to be willing to use force to stop Cuba if it tries to expand its power throughout the hemisphere.
If the United States does not act, I guarantee you, based on what Díaz-Canel has said explicitly today, that Russian advisors, Chinese advisors will be in Cuba to put down the uprising, as they did in Syria, as they did in Venezuela, as they did in Nicaragua.
And the protests in Cuba picked up momentum after several celebrities started using the hashtag SOSCuba. In fact, Miami Marlins tweeted that hashtag about half an hour ago. Back Live activists are planning to hold a rally tomorrow at 5 p.m. to demand freedom for Cuba. Live in Northwest Miami-Dade, Madeline Wright, Local 10 News.
El decreto de Díaz-Canel, dame fijo de haber prieto. Señores, que son vividores y pico, dime tú cuándo se te fue la luz. Pico en el batán, de Nicolás, rico en el nuestro, cruzando cerca de sus hijos.
Think organic groceries are too expensive? So do we. Hi, we're Thrive Market. We guarantee.
Protests have broken out in Cuba, with thousands of people taking to the streets against the communist government. Demonstrators expressed frustration at food shortages, rising prices and the lack of COVID vaccines. The government blames the US for the unrest and is rallying its own supporters.
They are crying out for freedom in the streets of Havana. This, the greatest show of discontent with the socialist government since the 1990s. Like back then, the trigger for this protest is the desperate economic situation. Right now, the country is suffering from food shortages. We're here because of the repression of the people. They are starving us to death. Havana is collapsing. We have no homes, nothing. Soon the police arrive and they begin to drag off people in the crowd. The arrests and the violence only make the demonstrators angrier. We are not afraid, they cry out. State security beat me and my daughter, a child. They beat us just because we were walking down the street. Supporters of the government have been out in the streets too. President Miguel Diaz-Canel himself led this rally. It was organised quickly in a town outside Havana where the anti-government protests began early on Sunday. We came here to show, together with the revolutionaries here, that the streets belong to us. With the president encouraging supporters to mobilise against opponents, there were ugly confrontations. Here, revolutionaries detained opposition protesters. The Cubans who are here, we are never going to give up this revolution, never. A communist regime has ruled Cuba since 1959. It survived the fall of the Soviet Union and the death of its founder, Fidel Castro. Now it is again being challenged. But displays like these show it is unlikely to go without a fight.
Ted Henkin is an associate professor at the City University of New York, specialising in Cuba, and he joins me now. Ted, thanks for your time. Scenes like this are pretty rare in Cuba. Who's behind these protests?
Well, I think it's fairly obvious that the people are behind it. This is a protest that has no leader, has no organization. That may be a weakness of it going forward, but it seems to have broken through because of the accumulated frustration over the past 1 or 2 years with the economic crisis, food shortages, medical shortages, caused primarily by the economic system of Cuba that's inefficient and unproductive. And on top of that, of course, you have the U.S. embargo that isolates or attempts to isolate and cut Cuba off. I think the people are caught in the middle and they're fed up with excuses, with lies, with manipulation. The government claims that this is orchestrated, paid by the United States. How do you get people in 6 or 8 cities all across Cuba, thousands of people in each case, to protest from the United States? It's ridiculous to claim that. At the same time, we don't know really what the next step is, how the government is responding now. It seems to be inflaming the protesters and not leading to any kind of negotiated solution.
Could this be the start, do you think, of a major opposition movement against the communist regime?
Well, I would say that it's a continuation. Back in November of 2000, you had the beginnings of an unprecedented coming together of artists, intellectuals, who had mostly kept quiet, kept their heads down so they could keep their jobs and their positions. And they came out in the street at the end of November to protest, and that was scuttled, but it has kind of gone underground. It has built up a following that led to the chant and the song Patria y Vida, Homeland and Life, that was directly aimed at the government's claim of either you choose the homeland or death. That was a very popular song, and that was the thing that many of the protesters were chanting. So this seems to be a continuation of that, but it's been triggered by the scarcity of medicines and the spike, the sudden and deadly spike in COVID cases and COVID deaths in various parts of the country.
Right. All right. Cuba expert Ted Henkin, thanks very much for your analysis.
Thank you.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Your muscles are alive. Make it burn. Feel the burn. Love the burn. Yes.
Introducing the View Training Mirror.
You're getting stronger, faster, better.
Fitness changes everything. So Proform is changing fitness with iFit.
Good job.
And thousands of Cubans took to the streets over the weekend, speaking out against the communist regime. This as the country struggles with food shortages and an economic crisis. President Biden and U.S. lawmakers expressed their support for the Cuban people on Monday.
President Biden addressed the situation in Cuba Monday afternoon.
The Cuban people demanding their freedom from an authoritarian regime. And I don't think we've seen anything like this protest in a long, long time, if quite frankly ever. The United States stands firmly with the people of Cuba as they assert their universal rights, and we call on the government of Cuba to refrain from violence or attempts to silence the voice of the people of Cuba.
Biden said the Cuba protests are remarkable. In an earlier statement on Monday, he also called on the Cuban regime to hear their people and serve their needs. The White House has been closely monitoring the protests in the country. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan warned against targeting of peaceful protesters who are exercising their universal rights. Protests in Cuba erupted on Sunday, with thousands taking to the streets across the country. It comes amid food and medicine shortages, rising prices, along with the CCP virus crisis. But Cuba's leader blamed the United States for the unrest. In capital city Havana, protesters chanted "Freedom, enough, and join" as the police arrived. The police launched tear gas and violently arrested people. The internet service was cut off by the authorities throughout Sunday afternoon. Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Bob Menendez, said in a statement on Sunday, "The world's eyes are on Cuba tonight, and the dictatorship must understand we will not tolerate the use of brute force to silence the aspirations of the Cuban people." Senator Marco Rubio, who is of Cuban descent, says Cubans are rising up because they want freedom.
They're tired of living under tyranny, and they're tired of living under incompetent leaders. That's what the Cuban regime is. Because socialism and Marxism doesn't work. It's a failure. It's a failure everywhere it's been tried, and it's having a catastrophic impact on the people of Cuba.
And Senator Ted Cruz, the son of a Cuban immigrant, also tweeted his support. He says the communist Cuban regime will be consigned to the dustbin of history, and the American people stand squarely with the men and women of Cuba and their noble fight for liberty. Some analysts say Sunday's demonstrations were the biggest in Cuba since 1994.
Many Cuban citizens are losing their internet connections amid large-scale protests against the country's communist regime. Local authorities are reportedly shutting down internet service. Authoritarian regimes tend to cut off internet to stop anti-government protests from gaining more traction. Similar shutdowns struck earlier this year when pro-democracy protests broke out in Burma or Myanmar. Now, some suspect that China is behind Cuba's internet censorship. Florida Senator Marco Rubio wrote on Twitter that Cubans use a system that was made, sold, and installed by China to control and block access to the internet. What's more, the only company in Cuba that provides internet access has 3 primary tech providers, and all of them are Chinese. China leads the world in internet restriction tactics. It's developed a sophisticated system called the Great Firewall that blocks its citizens from visiting websites critical of the Chinese regime. According to a U.S. delegation, the future of Haiti's leadership remains unclear following the assassination of their president. Meanwhile, the U.S. is still considering Haiti's request for troops to be sent.
Following the assassination of the Haitian president, a U.S. delegation traveled to Haiti on Sunday. President Biden was briefed on their findings Monday morning. He addressed the matter at a gun violence meeting.
Over the weekend, I dispatched a high-level expert delegation to assess the situation and to determine where the United States can offer our support.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki gave remarks on the delegation's findings in a press briefing earlier on Monday.
What was clear from their trip is that there is a lack of clarity about the future of political leadership. That's an important step that the people of Haiti, the different governing leaders of Haiti need to work together to determine a united path forward.
Haiti has sent a formal request for the U.S. to send troops. According to Psaki, the request is still under review, and the possibility has not been ruled out.
The FDA is expected to slap another side effect warning on the J&J vaccine. This one's Guillain-Barré syndrome. The Washington
Hi, everybody. Ian Bremmer here, kicking off your week. A little quick take. Thought I would talk about Cuba, not a country we talk about all that often. Communist state. Raul Castro just stepped down, and the biggest demonstrations across the entire country in decades. Talking about absence of vaccines, problems in healthcare, but also anger at the poverty, the economic mismanagement, the reality of the lack of liberty of living in a communist regime. The Trump administration had put pretty significant sanctions back on after Obama tried to loosen up. I expect that this is going to make Cuba a bigger issue for lots of folks in the United States that would like to see the back of this Cuban regime. The question is, how does the United States try to address it? Does it shut the Cubans down even harder, make the country pay economically for the fact that they are treating their people so badly, or does it use this as an opportunity to open up? I'll tell you, I've actually done a fair bit of work on issues of sanctions and countries around the world, because there are two types of political stability. You have countries that are stable because they're open, like Canada or Germany or Japan or even the United States. And then you have countries that are stable because they're closed, like Saddam Hussein's Iraq, or like Gaddafi's Libya, or like Kim Jong-un's North Korea, and of course, Raul Castro's Cuba. And if you are a country that is stable because you're closed, you generally want to stay closed. And the reason for that is because if suddenly you get lots of capital and movement of people and ideas and trade between your closed country and open countries around the world, the people inside your country want more liberty. It is harder to maintain political control in that environment. We see that going on in Belarus with President Lukashenko. We've seen it going on in Cuba. It's why when the United States tries to move towards openness with Cuba, the Cuban government itself, they want the money, but they resist the idea of lots of foreign direct investment coming into Cuba because the United States is so much bigger. This is the advantage that the Americans have. It's not like the United States versus China, where you bring the Chinese into the WTO, but they're so large, they still have the ability to maintain significant controls over what their people see and do and experience. And increasingly, with technological controls surveilling the entire population, they can consolidate communist control, even though there is a level of state capitalism and private sector engagement in China. In the case of Cuba, opening up the borders would mean a massive amount of trade, overwhelming what the Cuban government could have influence over. A massive amount of tourism, and the engagement with the average Cuban citizen would be much greater. I would argue that the reason why the communist regime has persisted for 62 years has precisely because they've been allowed to maintain isolation, supported by the United States, because of that sanctions regime. Lots of reasons for it. Lots of Cuban emigres that were so angry at the Castro regime that would not tolerate any level of opening up of those sanctions. But those people are largely gone now. And there's a lot of private sector folks in the United States that would love to have access, purely not because they're interested in liberty, but just because they want to make money in Cuba. I would argue that if you were able to take advantage of the size and scale of the American economy, its investment capacity, its trade capacity, its demand for things like Cuban medical expertise and the doctors and nurses that could serve the American market. Frank, I mean, even the old Cuban vintage cars that would all be repaired and suddenly sold in the American market, the impact that would have for the Cuban political system would be immense. And I would suspect that you'd have a much quicker move towards regime change from the grassroots of the Cuban people, as opposed to the failed efforts by the CIA and others historically that never seemed to go all that well for the United States. Anyway, something to think about, certainly a debate we're going to have in a more direct way in the United States, because thousands of Cuban citizens are taking their lives in their hands by demonstrating across the country this weekend. Hope everyone's doing well, and I'll talk to you all real soon.
Did you know that there is a natural method to regrow teeth and gums that only 3% of the population even knows about? It doesn't involve any type of oral hygiene products, prescription medications, or expensive procedures. In fact, you never even have to step foot into a dentist office, as this method is something you can do from home. The crazy part is that it only takes a few.
I've never seen people more excited to talk about their lack of excitement. You're not depressed because you still have hope. You just feel a little bit joyless and a little bit aimless.
Good day, and welcome to my first episode of the Patriot Times. Before we begin this video, I'd like to first say, if you enjoy what we do here at the Patriot Times, please consider leaving a like, and if you want to support us in protests and even some Cuba amid unrest on the island. And Suarez is also quoted to say, Cubans are worthy and ready to rule themselves without tyranny. Now, due to the controversy of what's going on over there, Cubans aren't really allowed to protest because it's a dictatorship and communist, which isn't good, obviously.